Hi, folks. Dan Folkman here, and I want to welcome you to our Building Unity live program. We are going to be joining the Building Unity statewide parade. Communities throughout the state of Wisconsin are today, this morning, October 24th, going to be in a car caravan in their respective communities, ranging from Racine and Kenosha all the way up to Eau Claire, Green Bay area, Madison area, the Driftless area. This is really going to be a statewide event. And I'm here in Milwaukee hosting this live view Zoom session where we're right now live on Facebook at Building Unity. And so if you want to watch this program on live, go to the Facebook page Building Unity, and you'll see it streaming live. It's going to be going on from 4 o'clock till 4 o'clock, from now 9 o'clock till 4 all day today. And I'm really hoping, that's the plan anyways, that people will be joining in at our live stream from these different locations. And over the time period here, imagine people calling in, joining on Zoom, and sharing with us and everyone statewide what's going on in their caravan. We've got, the idea is to have people on site where the caravan is convening, and they're starting to convene now at 9 o'clock. Some of them will be convening later on, 10 or so. But as they gather, we'll have people calling into the Zoom and just sort of showing us with their phones on the Zoom the scene as it's unfolding right there, as people are gathering, putting signs together, putting them on their cars and vehicles. Again, this is going to be a vehicle parade, COVID safe. Everybody's going to be wearing masks, gloves, and rolling down the window and hopefully showing and sharing with us on Zoom all the goings on. This has been the planning for this has been going on for, weeks. The dream has been one of building unity across the state on peace, justice, sustainability, and democracy. Those are the core commitments that Building Unity has: peace, justice, sustainability, and democracy. Democracy is the key word today. The title of today's event is Unite for Democracy, Pack the Polls Caravan. So democracy right now, this time, is all about getting out the vote, making sure that people really have the opportunity to take advantage of their right as citizens to vote in this upcoming presidential election, which is only November 3rd. That's less than 2 weeks from now. Less than 2 weeks from now. So the whole theme today is see what's going on around the state and join in with the Zoom and tell us a little bit about what you're doing to prepare yourself to vote. What kind of voting activation is going on throughout your local community. Let's talk it up. So that's what we have. And every once in a while, if I look over to the side, you see will be paying attention. Let me share with you my other screen here. And yeah, my desk is messy. But I'm, sort of paying attention to what's streaming and what kind of audience we have on Building Unity Facebook page. So if you're tuning in now, this is Dan Folkman. I'm hosting this Building Unity live stream from my home here in Milwaukee, Central City, the River West neighborhood. And so I'm an activist. I've done a lot of video productions over the past several years since I retired from the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee. And my entire focus has been on trying to bring video, both live and post-edits, as they call it, about the public policy issues that are facing our country, our state, our communities, and yes, the world. And I'm just really delighted to be able to host today's live Zoom session. Now, this is going to be a marathon for me. And I guess the word would be, truth be told, I've never done anything like this on this scale. In other words, trying to host a Zoom session, which I've done, but a Zoom session that goes from 9 in the morning to 4 in the afternoon. So we'll be hoping and waiting for people to call in and share with us what's going on in their respective areas. It's 9 o'clock. I know 1 or 2 areas throughout the state are beginning to convene. And I also know all the commotion and action and details that will be involved in trying to get your little caravan, the signs and everything distributed and put on their cars and vehicles. And calling in on a Zoom session is not a high priority or a high item that must be done at that moment in time, but we'll see. And it would be really fun to have. So what I can do is try to call 1 or 2 people. In fact, I'm going to try to call Tim Cordon. He's the director of Building Unity. He's been really the mover and shaker behind this, what has grown to be a full statewide organizing effort to bring people together around peace, justice, sustainability, and democracy. So watch me do this. I mean, how much fun is that going to be? But I'm going to give Tim a call, and I know he's really, really busy at the moment. But, and in fact, he may not even answer the phone. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. All right, I'm giving him a call now.
Just a minute, Dan.
Oh, I got him, folks, but he's telling me, just a minute, Dan, I think he's a little busy right now.
Hi, Dan.
Hey, Tim, where are you? Are you driving your van? The boat?
I'm driving my van, yeah.
All right.
Hey, I was wondering if you could send me the Zoom link to the top of my email right now.
All right, I'll send you the Zoom link. We are live right now, and
Wonderful.
And but don't drive and Zoom at the same time.
No, I just want to have it at the top of my email. I'll be arriving at Midtown Mall soon.
All right.
And I will zoom in to give you a little update on how things are progressing. But we're scheduled to start festivities in Milwaukee at about 10 o'clock.
Okay. So I'll send that to you right now in a minute, and then zoom in when you get there. I'm promising people your appearance.
I have my lovely partner Jane is here co-piloting with me, so I'll be able to have somebody zooming with me while I drive.
Oh, that is fantastic. And so I'll put this link up, and maybe Jane can join even while and participate on the Zoom while you're driving. That would be fun to watch. And we could talk a little bit about the Zoom, the boatmobile. Anyways, get off. I'll get off and send you this link.
All right.
Bye.
Look forward to talking to you soon. Bye.
Good. All right, folks. So what I'm going to do now is, let's see, I'm going to go over here, and I'm going to send Tim the director of Building Unity. He's on his way to Midtown, which is downtown in the city of Milwaukee. And they're gathering together around 10 o'clock. So he's driving there. He'll be there a little early. And he's promised if I get him the link, so it's right on top of his email, he'll be able to join in right away. And so that's what I'm doing right now. So I go over to my email and I propose for Tim Zoom invite. And then let's see if I can get that up here. Copy. There we have it. All right, so we'll see. You know, it's a very interesting, and I enjoy this work. I've been doing this for, oh, one could say my career at the university, but I'm not going to get into that. But the people, the grassroots activists, the people who are really engaged in what we call community education. Building Unity is about building unity through education, through informational programs, through activities like this parade and this car caravan, focusing in on public policy issues. Oh, and here comes Tim. I guess my invite worked. He's tuning in now, and let's see what takes a little while for the actual connection. Hello, Tim.
Hello, Dan.
Hey, great. We don't have video for you, but we've got your voice. How you doing? Oh, there you are.
Jane. Say hi to Jane.
Hey, Jane, how you doing?
I'm all right. How about you? Thanks for your help.
Oh, no, thanks for you. Now, Tim needs, I don't know, who's the co-pilot? You're the pilot or is he? In terms of putting all of this together, I know you are his partner.
I just fill the belly and provide a warm bed. But you know, those are important functions too.
As a man, I can say that's really important. That you're filling the belly, feeding us. That's really great. But I can see you're in the vote-mobile. Yeah,
so Tim's driving, and I'm a little worried about him doing a Zoom call while he drives.
Well, I don't want him to do that. I mean, that's. But you're holding the phone now, right?
So hang on, and I will turn the camera around. I gotta figure it out.
Click on the picture. Put your finger on the picture. Turn around.
Yeah. Okay.
You know.
Here we go.
There you go.
Hey, Dan.
Hey,
so do you
Tim,
want to put your ear?
See you driving, and still don't be distracted here. And your image is freezing, so the connection is struggling. And I've lost your voice, but folks, this is Tim. He is in the vote-mobile, the Building Unity vote-mobile. And it's a RV. I don't know how long that thing is, but once he gets parked, he's going to give us a walk around it. This thing is absolutely beautiful. It's got to be at least 15 feet longer, if not longer. And whoop, there you are again. Hey, big smile. He's wonderful. Jane. show us the view out the front window, and because this is really what's happening
I
around
want you
the
to
state.
show the front
People are
window.
starting to convene at their local locations. Register to vote sign on the dashboard, and here we are. And just imagine this happening throughout the state of Wisconsin. People are driving to their locations to put the vote-mobile car parade together. And they're lost the image again. But Tim?
Yeah, I'm, is my, can you push on my face and make sure that I'm not muted?
You want to be?
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, but
Oh, great.
we don't want to be really encouraging you to even be talking because you're driving the vehicle. And
Well, yeah, well, Jane,
very briefly, but then turn it back to Jane.
you know, I can talk and drive at the same time. Jane can't hear you because I've got my headphones on, and I can drive and talk at the same time. No worries. They do this all the time. So, or I do this all the time. I think a lot of other people do too. But Dan, are we live on Facebook too?
We are live on Facebook.
Oh my goodness! I better
Now. Everybody's watching you.
I better follow all the rules of the road now.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, just know that I can hear Jane talking. My co-pilot and partner in life is here helping me every step of the way. And I know she said she just fills my belly and gives me a warm bed to sleep in. But there's so much more that Jane does. I can't even begin to tell you. This morning she was up early printing up flyers for me so we'd have routes for everybody that comes to the parade, making me breakfast. I mean, I want to, my number one most important partner in this project is Jane Appleby. I love her with all my heart. So, and also I want to shout out to my team, which is more extensive than I could possibly name. And I'm not even going to try to name everyone because it would just be, I'd be sure to forget someone and that would make me feel bad about myself. So, but I want to shout out specifically or draw attention to the person who came up with this idea and who's done so much behind the scenes work. And that's Rhonda Stovall, Building Unity team member and activist in the Milwaukee area. A real, not someone who takes the limelight, but someone who really works behind the scenes to connect people, get the word out. And so, Rhonda, if you're listening out there, thank you for all your amazing work and for this beautiful idea to, on the very first National Early Vote Day, excuse me, the first early voting day ever, we have car parades going on in over 15 different communities around Wisconsin. Might be 20 different communities will be having car parades or portions of car parades. And some of them are linking up together. In Madison, there are 2 parades coming together and uniting. In Milwaukee, the parade is starting on the north side. And this afternoon, it'll be going over to the south side. We'll be hitting 4 early voting sites along the parade route. We really want people to realize that there's never been a more important election to make sure that everyone votes. Democracy.
Tim, give us an idea.
Yes.
What are the other sites throughout the state here? Because this is really exciting.
Throughout the state. Okay, well, we've got parades going on in River Falls area, all around River Falls. Parades going on in Greene County, around Monroe. There are parades going on in Rock County, in Beloit, in Janesville, down in Racine County, in the city of Racine, in Kenosha County, in Kenosha, Milwaukee County. Of course, we've got the parade that I'm heading for right now. We got a parade in Green Bay. parade, and people from Stoughton, Oregon are joining with people from Fitchburg and doing a parade in South Madison. The Menominee Indian Reservation is having a parade on the res. So let's be thankful for all the activists that have jumped on this. Sun Prairie is having a parade. Though La Crosse had a parade 2 weeks ago, they did a car parade with us when we did our Western tour in La Crosse. They decided they didn't want to have another parade, but they put together a video with the Driftless Voter Coalition. And I hope you'll be showing a little of that clip later on in our day, Dan.
Yeah, Tim, that video is people giving testimony to the importance of voting. I took a look at that. It's really stunning, and I will be sharing that periodically throughout the day.
That's wonderful. So, yeah, I know you're going to be on all day long, Dan, and I really want to thank you for holding open this Pack the Polls Parade event all day long. If anyone tunes in and you are not right at your computer, I know guys got to get some food and go to the restroom once in a while. But yeah, thanks for being there in this way, Dan. It's a big way to make this possible. So especially during a pandemic, we've got to use the technology to bring people together. And that's one of the positives of this pandemic is we're all learning how to use Zoom, Facebook Live, and we're bringing us together in safe ways. So here I am at Midtown Mall. Big sign that says vote here. That's exciting to see. Pulling into the parking lot by the Pick and Save. Jade's waving.
All right, I got you
people
spotlighted on this one, Tim. So we got a beautiful view.
All right.
You pulling in. So
thank you. Yep, pulling in at the Pick and Save here. I got to find my friends. I'm going to go up by the float signs. Jane's my what do you call it? Videographer here. How's she doing, Dan? Is she?
She's doing fabulous.
Is she good? Steady hand Jane, we call her. She can handle a cell phone like nobody's business. So nobody needs to get sick. If you're getting sick watching Jane's videos, it's probably because of my driving.
Check out that boat sign.
Yeah, people are.
There's a boat sign, yeah, and this is really a nice vision. And the thought that this view is happening all over the state. People are beginning to gather at their launch sites, and they're going to start putting together the signs and putting them on their vehicles and organizing to go out on their parade. And the fact that we're seeing this one now, but it's going on simultaneously throughout the state, and they're all being coordinated. I think this is exciting, Tim.
You're the one that's connecting us, Dan. We're all connecting through your Zoom connection.
So right now, folks, I want to say there's people tuning in on Facebook. You're watching live on Building Unity Facebook page. This is a Zoom session of Pack the Polls caravan. Caravans throughout the state of Wisconsin, all coming together at their different locales. Right now, you're seeing Tim Cordon. He's the director of our Building Unity initiative, great organizer, and he's now taking our vote mobile to the Midtown location in Central City, Milwaukee. And I can see, Tim, when you get parked, it'd be fantastic if you and Jane would give us a walk around the vote mobile.
Yes.
Because it's so beautiful. And I'm seeing now all kind. Oh, I love the sign, vote.
Yep, we're at our destination. I'm gonna try to park in here so that we are in conjunction in a good spot. They've got Vote to Live is here. So we are excited about that. And they've got the beautiful balloons set up with the words vote on them. And I'm gonna just tune out for a minute because I've got to concentrate on driving.
Gotcha, absolutely.
So we're gonna zoom back in with you in a little bit, Deanne. We're gonna set up. I'm gonna leave the Zoom meeting now, but thanks for keeping things open. We'll be back with you shortly.
Yeah, will do. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, folks, that was Tim. You got a little bit of a flavor of what we are being able to do here. We watched and talked with Tim and Jane as he was driving into the Midtown location that's in this about the north side of Milwaukee Central City, and they're going to be coordinating and putting together their caravan, which is going to be traveling throughout the entire city of Milwaukee on both the north and south side. And I'm hoping within a few minutes, Tim will come back and join us again and really give us a little walk around with the, so we can see what the boatmobile is. This is a large RV that on one side has got a painting, which has been done by local volunteers. And it's an image of people, protesters standing along a street. This is the full length of the RV, and they're holding signs. And the sign that they're holding is actually a space where you can drop in different signs depending on the event, the location, and the like. So there's an interactive kind of function with this boatmobile. So that's what's happening now. Susan Adams is coming in. So give us a minute. I've got Susan Adams. She's going to be joining our.
I never had to do that.
Hello, Susan.
Hi, is that
Welcome.
Tim?
Now, Tim is, he'll be back with us shortly, but Susan, do you have a video that we could see you? Right now, I just have.
How do I do that on this phone? I know how to do it I know how to do it with the computer, but I don't know how to do it on the phone. Oh my
Oh,
goodness.
I know. It's really, but Susan, we're live on Facebook right now.
There you go.
And, oh, there.
Am I on Facebook? No,
No,
I just did the link.
no, but you're on the Zoom right now is live on Facebook.
Oh, okay.
Hey, give a big wave.
Well, I'm at home.
All right, yeah, tell us a little bit about what's going on from your perspective, and also where is home? We're
in Beloit.
Beloit.
We're in Beloit, and this is Crystal and Greg.
Wow.
Greg can't come because he just had knee surgery. But I'm gonna go take my supplies, and we're going to meet people at 10 in the morning down across from St. Paul's Episcopal Church. And then we're gonna go drive around the farmer's market to one time, and then meet kind of back at the church, which is about a block away from the market.
Mm-hmm.
And then we're gonna go around in a short circuit around Beloit, starting at 10. I mean, people are gonna meet there at 10.
All right, so you got a few minutes to talk with us a little, and then will you, once you get to your location there, will you do another live stream for us so we can really get to see people actually putting their cars, the signs on,
Okay.
and maybe even talking with folks, and everything's going to be masks and gloves and COVID safe, correct?
Right. What about gloves? We just said masks.
Well, you know, masks.
Yeah.
You like my mask?
Yeah, and mine. But once I get down there, I'll have it. So,
You know, I think people might get interested in, we've got this parade, but the amount of work that goes on in terms of coordinating and organizing this stuff. Say a few words about what was your role in the planning process, if any, so that we get a sense of really how much hard work people like yourself invest in producing an event like what's going on today.
Well, let's see what I did. Ellen Joyce, who is from Beloit Together and the Beloit Immigration Task Force, and I'm the president of the League of Women Voters in Beloit. We both got on the Zoom call that Tim organized, the first one. I can't remember what the date was, a couple weeks ago, maybe 3 weeks ago. Anyway, we went on that. And then also the Janesville League President, Linda Reinhardt, was on, and we discussed what we would do, and he broke us into small groups, and we just did for Rock County. And so Janesville is going to do their own, and somebody else in Janesville kind of took it over and in the league. And so it's much more, I would say, much more complicated than ours. We had done, so then we talked, I guess, so then we talked later and figured out, when we were going to do it.
Yeah.
What?
No, go ahead. I've got.
Oh, there's somebody else. Oh, good. So anyway, Ellen and I said, well, the farmer's market is a very big thing in Beloit, so we should definitely go around that, and we should, that means we have to do it in the morning. So we decided in the morning, and then we figured out a route. I experimented with some things, and she made it simpler. So and more right turns, because left turns would be a problem. So, and then most recently, I talked to the police shift lieutenant and the one from yesterday, and she's passing it on to the one for today. And they said that if we needed it, at least they know where we're going, and they will try and be on the alert in case we need help.
Fantastic. You get a nice little overview of the amount of work that goes on, and that's just one location.
Yeah, and then we also got other organizations like NAACP and it's the NAACP and Surge, which is standing up for racial justice, and Job, Justice Overcoming Borders. They were all involved. Yeah. So they all got it out to all their membership. So I think we'll have quite a few people there. So I should probably go down and see what's going on.
Right. And
so okay, I see there's somebody else on.
Yeah, Earnestine, I want to welcome you. Hi, Earnestine.
Hi.
Earnestine is from Madison.
Oh, Earnestine.
Yeah, how are you?
You're from the league, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
I thought so. I've heard your voice before.
Okay.
I'm Susan from the Beloit League.
Well, hello. I'm going to make this short because we're trying to get out of the parking lot here and try to keep our schedule. But we have some wonderful people here with us. What? Vote observers? What? Yeah, we have Peter here. And Peter, you want to talk to us?
So Ernestine, can you give us a camera view of who's out there?
Well, I'm trying to figure out how to do that. I didn't get around to doing.
I understand.
Maybe on the next one. I know it'll do it, but I haven't.
You'll have all day to practice. Just the fact that you're here with us is fabulous. Susan, are you getting ready to leave us?
Yeah, I am. I'm still trying to figure out how to do this. I'll have some young person help me.
Yeah, find a fifth grader or something.
Okay, I'm going to leave and drive. Okay.
Absolutely, and please call in again when you get there, and the like.
Do.
All right.
We'll do.
So drive carefully. All right.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Susan.
Right.
So Ernestine, just tell us a little bit. Are you gathering now at your location in Madison down by the duck pond?
The Warner Park Mallett's duck pond. That's where we are, and we're about to head out. We have about 6 or 7 cars right now. Hopefully other people will be joining us. So yeah, getting the job done.
Oh, you're fantastic. If
We had a person from City Hughes here, and she's gonna meet up with us again at 10:40.
10:40.
So, yes.
And if you talk with people who've got a cell phone, and we'll get them the link to the Zoom session. So we've got more people who are in a position to be able to share their video and their comments as it's happening. The rule we have, we'd love to have a video from the car, but it has to be someone other than driving. So there's no texting and videoing in the car unless you got a co-pilot with you who's doing all the work.
Absolutely. And I don't have that.
Well, there might be 1 or 2 people in your caravan who would be willing to do it. It's just tremendous.
Alrighty.
We did that a few minutes ago with Tim. He's got Jane in the RV with him, and so we were able to watch him drive, and the windows and the scenery going by. It was just dramatic, and it's fun, and it really brings people from around the state right there together. This is a tremendous thing. All right, Earnestine, are you still with me? All right, folks, this is.
Sorry, I had to jump out.
I hope the car wasn't moving.
Yeah, you weren't talking to yourself. But I'm gonna turn this off.
Okay.
So I make sure I have some juice later on.
Oh yeah, don't use up all your juice until the end of the day.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, very good.
I'm supposed to be leading this when people are driving off.
Okay.
Let me. Are you still there?
I'm still there.
It's not wanting to leave.
Oh. I don't know. I can't help you on that. We don't want you to leave, actually.
Yeah, but I must.
You can sort of just I was going to say X out, but that's different on your cell phone. Well, you might be trapped now for the day.
I hope not. I hope not.
No.
It's weird.
If you you got a cell phone, right?
Yes.
I mean, an iPhone, you know, that just the button at the bottom, you sort of just close out and it'll just abruptly end your session.
Oh, the one that says close everything.
Yeah, I think there she did. Yep. And all right, folks, this is Dan Folkman, and really appreciate your tuning in. We're streaming live on Zoom. We're streaming live to the Building Unity Facebook page. And over the last few minutes, we just did a few things that I think is just fabulous. One is we talked with Susan from Beloit, Earnestine from Madison, and Tim from Milwaukee. We've got people converging all over the state today, the 24th, to do a car parade through their respective communities, promoting Get Out the Vote. So that's what's happening right now. I've got folks on Facebook right now. Share this live stream. It's going to be going on for the full day. We started at 9. It's already going on 10 o'clock, and we'll be going on till 4. Building unity. This is Unite for Democracy. Pack the Polls Car Parade. That's what's going on today. And it's happening in 15 to 20 locations throughout the state of Wisconsin. We've got Madison, We've got Milwaukee and River Falls, Greene County, Rock County, Beloit, Racine and Kenosha. We've got Green Bay. We got Stoughton, Oregon, Pittsburgh. We've got the Menominee Indian Reservation. So we've got people from all over the state convening as we speak. And the idea here with the Zoom session is to have people call in periodically and share with us what's going on in their respective locations. And as I said a few minutes ago, we had people from 3 different parts of the state coming in, and it's really kind of fun to be able to watch and talk with people who have been working very hard over the last 3-4 weeks. I'm telling you, they've been working very hard in terms of coordinating this statewide caravan, car parade to get out the vote throughout the state. We'll have stories about what's going on now, stories about what work went into producing the event, because I think this is really a wonderful lesson in community activation and community engagement, community organizing and collaboration, coordinating their activities throughout the state of Wisconsin. This is what democracy looks like. In this day and age, democracy looks like what we're doing right now on Zoom, more and more. I've got, let's see, people calling in to me. Let me see what happened here. So bear with me while I try to pay attention to my cell phone as well. People are trying to get in, I think. So let me. All right, so that's, I sent him the link, but I'm going to do it again. So bear with me, folks. People are asking me to get on my computer. And so that means I have to now go to my other screen. Yeah, there's my crowded desk. And so you see me turning away. I'm trying to bring more people into our program here. So let me see, copy, get over here, and it's, all right. So let me see if I just sent an invite to Matt. He's been trying to get in and asking for me to send the Zoom invite to him. So I really appreciate folks tuning in on our program on Building Unity Facebook page. We are now streaming live. We'll be doing this throughout the day, nonstop. So this is a marathon Zoom session, and the whole idea is these parades throughout different locations within and throughout Wisconsin. We've got 15 or 20 locations converging this morning. and we'll be hosting a car caravan aimed at promoting voter turnout throughout their respective communities. Let me give Matt a call because he's sort of getting impatient with me. Oh, there's Matt. Very good. Hello, Matt.
Good morning, Dan.
Welcome. You're live on Facebook here.
Yeah,
And thanks for joining.
good to be here, man.
All right, folks, this is Matthew Mixon. He's one of my best friends in Milwaukee here and a colleague in getting out the vote. And he's got a career in video and video productions, but he's also very active in the Central City Community Get Out the Vote initiative. And Matt, as I've been telling folks that are tuning in, we're live on Facebook. We've got 15 to 20 locations throughout the state. People are converging now as we're speaking. And we just had a session with people from Milwaukee, Tim, Susan from Beloit.
I've been watching.
Earnestine. And so you've been watching. You're very active right now in the Central City African-American community, Souls to the Polls. Say a few words about all the activity as you're seeing it in Milwaukee aimed at getting out the vote.
Well, Souls to the Polls Milwaukee has been very active in both voter registration and information being passed along. Reverend Greg Lewis is the president of Souls to the Polls, but we've got a great team. Anita Johnson has been managing our phone canvassing people and also doing lots of work with different pastors in Milwaukee, giving workshops on how to register people to vote. So we're in the short countdown now. What are we, 10 days until election? Dan, I've shared this feed this morning on my Facebook page. I noticed a little while ago, my buddy Bob Glover was watching from Boston, and I'm hoping other friends will join. It's good to know that people care about this election, so.
That's fantastic. You've been to, give us a little bit of insight into the kind of organizing, because I think this is a really great story behind the event itself. How much work and talent goes into organizing something like this. And I know you've been out videoing news conferences and the like, but you've got a real special focus on the behind the scenes organizing that I think is what democracy looks like. That is not always in full view of what people normally think of democracy. Go ahead.
Well, my role is really pretty small compared to everything else that's going on. There's door-to-door canvassing that's been going on for months now. There has been a very close alliance with pastors throughout the city of Milwaukee and Racine and Kenosha. There have been workshops teaching people the basics of how to register. We've organized a voter ride service by cutting a deal with Uber and Lyft so that voters can make the call. They can get a ride to the polls between now and November 1st and again on November 3rd, Election Day. And after they vote, they call Uber or Lyft back and they get a ride home. So this is a tremendous amount of work put together by a really creative and dedicated team. And my role in making videos is a very small part of that.
Yeah, well, you know, all the small parts are necessary components. The convergence of all those is what's necessary to have the kind of voter turnout that we are planning for and working. And people like yourself, even myself, doing a whole lot of stuff. But we need to have everyone stepping to the plate, and we're seeing that happen. It's just really amazing.
Well, even with the door-to-door leave behinds, you know, the door hangers, Those are extremely helpful as well. And people are calling with questions. There are some people, it's their first time. There are some people who are worried about Corona. So we walk through how they do this. There are some people who need to be reminded to get the witness on their ballot if they're doing it by absentee. And again, these are really dedicated volunteers that are doing all of this work, helping people. So we've had protests, we've had signage, and now we're getting down to the point where, you know, we got to turn out.
Yeah, I'm going to try an experiment here as you were talking. And the amount of work behind the scenes and even door-to-door canvassing. So I'm part of a small group that does door-to-door canvassing, and even in this day of COVID, we're out on a daily basis. And our leaflet is a photographic image that the city of Milwaukee Election Commission makes available so people can see what the ballot actually looks like. And our leaflet is not the information that the candidates are posting. And, you know, because there's tons of that stuff appearing on porches. Our leaflet is just a yellow sheet of paper with the image of the vote itself. And all we do is hand that out. And we've been doing this for, I don't know, close to a decade now. And in our community that we do this canvassing, the yellow ballot has become an item to wait for. And many people who we happen to talk to, or we hand this to, and they say, oh, the ballot, we've been waiting for that. And so what I've got, I did a little short video of myself doing that. And let me see if I can share that. Matt, we practiced this to see if if I've got this. Now, I want to make sure that my audio, I don't remember how we did that. I'm going to share this.
When you do the share,
okay,
in the lower left-hand corner, you have to click that audio button, the audio checkbox.
All right, so I'm sharing this now.
Hi friends, Dan Folkman again. And as I promised, I'm out here now canvassing, doing door-to-doors in Milwaukee's neighborhoods. And it's a beautiful day, it's a little brisk. And what you're not seeing is I don't have my mask on because I'm doing a little video here. So with that, as soon as I start the canvassing, I'll shut down, put my mask on, and go on ahead. But let me give you a little view of what all this looks like. There, this is the block. And typical Milwaukee City block. And we are going door to door. I got two. Door to door. And you notice the yellow sheet in the hand there? That is what we're passing out. And that yellow sheet, here comes another colleague of mine. All right. So you saw the gloves, you see the masks, and the yellow sheet of paper is what we're handing out. And here's a view of it. It is a sample ballot that I got from Milwaukee Election Commission. You download the sample ballot. It's got the word sample written across it. And it's totally legal to hand out a photographic image of the actual ballot. And that's what it is, a photographic image of the actual ballot. And so this is legal. We verified it. And we've been handing this out election after election for the last almost decade now. And we're doing it so consistently that people actually ask about when are the yellow ballots coming, because they really like the idea that they can see what the ballot actually looks like. And we've downloaded sample ballots that are for the specific neighborhood. So from one neighborhood to another, the ballots and who's running for what office could change depending on your address. So I just wanted you to see that. Again, I'll switch out here so that we are canvassing. We're going door to door, and no, we're not asking or knocking on the door at this time. This is COVID days. And so all we're doing is putting the handout, the sample ballot, on the porch, doorknob, between the window and the screen, wherever it's handy. But that's what we're doing. So hope you appreciated this. I got to now stop my streaming, otherwise I'm not holding up my end of the bargain here. And get back to my car, put my mask on, and off I go. So with that, thanks again for tuning in. Yes, I'll repeat it again. I'm going to put my mask on, I'll have gloves, and I'll be COVID safe. So thank you for tuning in. If you like this, share, and stay tuned. There'll be more live streams periodically. As I do this, we're doing this all the way through to the election day. So long.
You were going to say.
I notice our friends from Fox 6 WITI are on the call here. That was my first media job 50 years ago, working as a stagehand. Yeah.
You think you know anybody on the floor now?
No, I think my friends are long since retired.
Yeah. You see me looking over to the side. I'm trying to get over to Building Unity Facebook page on my other.
Dan, what you're doing today is really fantastic. You're bringing together a lot of pieces, folks in the field doing what is important today. I have to tip my hat to you, my friend, and say congrats.
Well, thanks, Matt. And folks, when Matt says tipping his hat, he's got 30 years experience in broadcast television, both locally and nationally. And he won't tell anybody, but I tell everybody he's got 7 Emmy Awards under his belt, being a producer of award-winning productions. We met in the as volunteers with Rid Racism in Milwaukee. That's Let's Get Rid of Racism. And we've been friends, best buddies ever since. So it's been a journey, and we've got a lot more coming. So, oh, here's Tim. He's calling me.
Oh, good.
Let me get him. Yes, Tim. I don't see you. Okay, all right. That was Tim trying to get in. He's now going to give us some video and a little overview of what's happening in Midtown with Milwaukee right now. And he said let me see if I see participants. Admit. Okay, folks, this is coming on board now. In a minute or two will be Tim Cordon. He's the coordinator and director of the Building Unity initiative that's really has been the driving force with this. Hi, Tim. How you doing?
I'm doing okay, Dan.
I'm glad you called me and shook my tree a little bit. I just did not see the admit, but now you're walking around the vote-mobile. You've
Yes,
got now you're on with Matt Mixon.
Hey, Tim.
From Milwaukee.
Hey, Matt. Good to see you, Matt.
Good to see you again, friend.
I'm having struggles with masks and steam. My glass is fogging up and trying to navigate my tiny little smartphone here, which is only a bit smarter than me, which isn't saying much. But let me show you what's going on here. We've got friends from Souls to the Polls here. Maybe you can see Reverend Lewis in the background there, Bruce Coburn. Friends from Souls, other cars gathering. There's a lot of excitement here. Friends from Vote to Live have shown up for this gathering. They're doing their own promotion here. They've got a DJ. We're unfortunately having to live with the generator there, but there's the vote mobile. As you can see, voting is power. Close the door here to make things look a little nicer. And then, yep, that's the vote mobile, our lovely PA system.
Tim, if you can back off a little bit and give us a larger view of the vote-mobile, be there, that's perfect.
Hey, Dan and Tim, I'm going to say goodbye right now because I'm going to be going out there and joining you.
Wonderful. Matt, we look forward to seeing you here soon. Good to see you. Bye-bye.
Take care, guys.
Matt, before you leave, I know you will, take your cell phone and call in on the same link and join us on the street and give us some street video like Tim is doing. Do that.
Okay.
Okay, Tim, you're spotlighted. Tell us a little bit what we're seeing here and the like.
Of course, this is the vote mobile. It's traveled across Wisconsin, making connections with other pro-democracy, pro-justice, pro-peace groups. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Wonderful. So we are trying to connect and build a united movement for peace, justice, sustainability, and democracy. All four pillars of the building unity movement are essential. Let me turn this around here and so you can see me. So we're reaching out to groups across the state. That's how I got to know the folks from Souls to the Polls and Souls and lots of other groups. And now we're pulling them together in this one expansive statewide caravan. And we're starting it right here at the mall in the center of Milwaukee called Midtown Mall. And it's a voting site, so people can vote here. They can get in line for the parade. You can see there are cars lining up. Let me flip things around again.
Yeah.
Of course, calls are coming in at the same time, which throws things off a little bit. There we go. So there are cars. People are decorating their cars. Tynnetta, is this your car? Oh, okay. Did you get it all decorated? You want to use some window chalk on it? Yeah. Yeah, here. We got some window chalk for people to put some messages on. I've also got some white shoe polish, which works really well too. If you'd like some, you just wash it off with water. Oh, it does? Yeah, but those have colors, so maybe you want to use the colors. So I'm just going to check in. Are you folks going to join the car parade today? No. No? Okay. Not today. Not today.
They're just. So Tim, about how many cars are already have gathered?
I'm not sure quite how many car parade cars we have, but I'm going to check in and make sure that people know that this is the time. Oh, there's a food truck. There's a truck here that's going to be giving away free food. So hopefully that'll get more of this information out. I'm going to work here to get some literature out, which I think is more important than talking to you right now, as much as I love this, but I'll be tuning in throughout the day.
Will you have, while you're driving around, will you have Jane, who will
Yes.
be your,
Jane's going to be my co-pilot and camera operator.
yeah, so have her join in while you're actually moving around through the city. So
Yes.
we get that motion because it's really fabulous. I'm trying to get comparable video from other people. So,
You bet.
okay,
All right. Talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
thank you. Bye-bye.
Just a minute. Dan, if you could just,
What's that?
oh, here we
Okay, see, Tim trying to, let's see here. All right, gallery view. So that was Tim from Midtown in downtown Milwaukee, the north side. And they're really beginning to gather the cars. They're putting the signs on the cars. That you saw that a few minutes ago, and I think this is really kind of fun. Again, I want to thank Matt for joining in with us. He's also from Milwaukee. So he chatted a little bit with us, and that was Matt Mixon. He's very active in Milwaukee Get Out the Vote efforts. He's a major partner in the Souls to the Polls. Done a lot of video work with and for them. And he was getting ready to leave the house and get out there with Souls to the Polls where Tim is. So I think within maybe a half an hour or so, we'll be getting video from Matt as he joins the parade. So again, this is Dan Folkman. I'm live streaming on Building Unity Facebook page. Our program has been going on since 9 o'clock this morning, and it will continue to be live throughout the day. We're going to be live through about 4 o'clock this afternoon. And we'll be having people call into our Zoom session from different locations around the state. And it's really, I got to tell you, it's really exciting for me hosting this when I do get folks from different parts of the state just coming in on the Zoom session and being able to share with us what's going on the street. This morning, we already had Tim from Midtown in Milwaukee. We had Susan from Beloit and Earnestine from Madison. And it was really kind of neat. All three of them were together on the Zoom from their respective locations. And you really got a sense that people from all over the state are in fact converging today in their caravans to promote voter turnout. This is what democracy looks like in the day and age of COVID. Zoom has become an integral part of the movement, an integral part, a vehicle for all of us who are active in public policy formation, public policy education, and wanting to share all the ideas, the options, the challenges that we face in our democracy today. And this parade, this car caravan occurring throughout the state is really saying the issues before us are serious. Many of us think it's an existential time in our existence with the climate change around the corner. It's here with us right now, as well as the movements for social justice, economic justice, fairness, and the like. These are all real issues that bring us together. And the Building Unity is saying, let's come together around the issues of peace, justice, sustainability, and democracy. Those are the clarion calls that come from our heart. And this caravan, voter car, get out the vote caravan, car parade, I think is part of this movement. And so thank you for tuning in. Again, Dan Folkman live on Facebook, Building Unity Facebook page. Thanks for tuning in. We're going to be live through 4 o'clock this afternoon. And so let me see. I'm going to bear with me. I'm going to make a few calls and see if I can get other people to join in on us. And otherwise, you're faced with just looking at me trying to figure out what to say. And it's a whole lot easier when I got someone participating. And so I'm going to now. I'm going to. Hi, folks, Dan Folkman. I'm busy calling people to see if they're available. I was calling this person here, Pat.
Hi, this is Pat Kalish. Please leave your name, your phone number, and a brief message.
All right. Again, this is Dan Folkman. And for people who have just tuned in, this is live on Facebook, Building Unity Facebook page. And today's event, Building Unity, is a statewide get out the vote car parades. Now, this is one car parade at a time going on at the same time throughout the state of Wisconsin. So we've got locations where the parade is now being formed and will be moving out and moving throughout their respective communities. Let me just say a few of them. We've got Madison, Wisconsin. We've got Milwaukee. We've got River Falls, Green Bay. We've got parades going on in Rock County, Racine and Kenosha, City of Beloit, Green Bay, Stoughton, Oregon, Pittsburgh. And these are just to name a few of the locations that we have throughout our state here. And this is what's amazing is they're all going on at the same time. I'm hosting this live Zoom session with the ability to have people call into the Zoom and share with us on Facebook here at Building Unity Facebook page the activities that are going on simultaneously throughout the state. I just think it's really kind of special to be able to have this going on. Earlier this morning, I had Tim, who is the director of Building Unity. He's one driving with the Boatmobile, and he's in Midtown Milwaukee. That's in the central city, north side of Milwaukee. And right now they're putting their caravan together, and I know they have a full day of traveling both on the north and on south side with the vote, the auto parade, promoting Get Out the Vote. Many organizations here in Milwaukee have worked together to design and lay out the parade, recruit participants, and that's what's happening in Milwaukee. In Madison, Earnestine called in, and they're doing the same in Madison. They're meeting right now at the Mallard Duck Pond, which is a park in Madison. And so they've got their cars convening, and their parade is launching. We had Susan from Beloit doing the same, and she was sharing with us from her kitchen before she even left for the gathering in Beloit. And so she was talking a little bit about all the organizing activity that has gone on behind the scenes in terms of what does it really take to put together one caravan, and then just multiply that by 10, 15 times. And you get a sense of the magnitude of citizen engagement in producing one event, in this case, one day-long event, 15 or more locations. This is what democracy looks like in the day of COVID, because we're able to capture all of this on Zoom. So we're waiting to hear. I've got admit all. I've got 3 people in the waiting room. Oh, here comes the more people. Let's see. We've got there's Susan again. We got Holly, Maya. This is fantastic. This is what we're. Hello, everybody.
Get started in 5 minutes.
Can we all hear each other?
Can take you to deep depressive lows, or give you unusually high energy, even when depressed.
Maya, can you hear me?
Overwhelmed by bipolar.
Susan?
Some medicines only treat the lows or highs. Vraylar effectively treats depression and acute pain.
All right, folks, what we've got here now. Holly? Susan? I don't know. Susan, you're not driving, I hope. All right, Susan is giving us some video images from her car. There we're seeing, I will see if I can spotlight Susan. All right, folks, this is Susan. And she's giving us some video image of what looks like pulling into the parking lot where they're convening for their car caravan. And she's Hi, Susan, how are you? For those who are tuning in, you're watching video from, I believe it's Beloit, Wisconsin. And Susan is arriving at their car caravan launch site. There's a car that's got Vote on the back window, and looks like she's lining up her car, and hopefully we'll have, ooh. All right, are we in motion now? It looks like they're now launching their view, and I hope, Susan, you're able to do this safely. This is Holly. You're on.
Hey.
Oh, there you are. Let me,
I was waiting for a turn.
Oh, okay. This is So,
I'm gonna see if I can turn my camera so you can see out. I forget how to do that. Let's see.
all right. So
I'll just
Holly,
turn the phone around,
where
I
are
guess.
you? Where are you?
We're in Janesville.
You're in Janesville.
Yep, we have over 20 cars. I lost track, but it's going really, really fun. And we have lots of decorations and balloons, and we're all using our, you know, lights to let people know that we're here and honking. So let me, you can't see much because it's just a car in front of me, but.
Well, yeah, and what we want to make sure is that, remember, be careful. And
Yes. I just wanted to tune in at least a little bit. Oh, I think I actually can see a few of the things behind me, a few of the balloons. Let me see if I can
all
put the
right,
phone out there for a minute.
I'm going to spotlight you so you've got your images bigger. So there.
I don't know if that worked, but here's my car in the front of me. Vote. Here we are today. Not much time left, so get out and vote. Woohoo!
There it is. That's the message, right?
All
That's
right.
fantastic.
Put the phone
Yeah.
down so I can drive more safely.
All right, drive safely and
Thank you.
tune in every once in a while.
All right.
Will there be a point where you're sort of stopped and
Yes. Yes,
Well-
we're gonna go to the 4th Ward and then park and divide up into 3 groups to go to different neighborhoods.
Yeah,
So I'll check back in.
okay, very good.
All
Be
right.
careful. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Susan? All right, I had Tim, let's see. All right, here comes Tim back. All right, folks, this is Dan Folkman, or streaming live on Facebook, Building Unity Facebook page. I'm hosting this Zoom from Milwaukee. I've got Tim coming on, joining us right now. Susan is from Beloit. We've had both Susan and Holly from Hey, Tim.
Hey, Dan.
Okay, we've had Susan from Beloit. Holly was here with us, and now we're back with you. Tim, tell us what's going on. I'll spotlight you.
Okay, Dan. We're having a big festivities here. There's a food truck that's giving away over 1,000 boxes of food to support people struggling with this pandemic. Senator Lena Turner was here speaking to the press, and she's helping to get this food distributed. I'm walking over there right now. She's involved with a group called Vote to Live, and they're doing amazing work. They've got a DJ here. We're at Midtown Mall in Milwaukee, and you can see Lena Turner at the back of that truck there. That's Senator Lena Turner. She's making stuff happen in Milwaukee here. We're proud to be a pro-voting partner with her.
Maybe you can get us to have her say a few words. I know she's really busy.
Yeah, I'll let Senator Turner, do you have a minute to talk?
Hi to the people.
All right, let me just
You're building
unplug.
Bus.
Yes.
We're unloading the truck, so I can't talk to you now. We got 1,200 boxes to unload.
Thank you, Senator Turner. You are awesome.
Folks, that's democracy in action for sure. Our senator, our state senator, on the street, unloading food boxes in this time of pandemic. So beautiful, beautiful.
Yes. Yep. And I'm going to get some flyers. So as people show up for them boxes, there's going to be a flyer in each box letting them know the early voting spots. but I'm coming back now to the main festivities. We've got Milwaukee Election Commissioner Stephanie Finley here, Reverend Greg Lewis and Souls to the Polls, and others. We'll have a little speaking going on before we shove off. So stay tuned. I'm gonna mute for a little bit and organize some stuff here, but I'll be in the background.
All right, that's great. Thank you.
Thanks for holding the space open, Dan.
You betcha. It's exciting. We're getting more and more people joining in. We've got a nice audience on Facebook. We're making it happen. Thank you, Tim. All right, this is Dan Folkman again from my home base here in Milwaukee, Milwaukee River West neighborhood. And I'm hosting this live Zoom session. But this Zoom session is actually involving 15 to 20 different locations around the state of Wisconsin. In all these different locations, and let me just give you a sense of who I'm talking about. Excuse me. So we've got people from Madison, we got people from Milwaukee, River Falls, we've got Green Bay, we've got Pittsburgh, we've got Beloit, we've got Racine and Kenosha counties, we got Milwaukee City and Milwaukee County, we've got Beloit, Greene County, and we've got more. And right now, as we're talking, while we're streaming live, people from all of these locations are convening and launching their auto parade. We saw Susan from Beloit. Holly was also in her parade, and being able to see the images of the cars in line, driving safely through the local streets is just really very impactful. I keep reminding the viewers here on Facebook, this is what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like in the age of COVID. All of our caravans are occurring safely inside their cars, keeping social distance. You're noticing people wearing masks in all of these activities. So this is safe COVID time democracy grassroots action occurring, and it's occurring right now in one coordinated event, but in 15 or 20 different locations around the state of Wisconsin. Unite for Democracy, Pack the Polls. That's the name of the effort today. Unite for Democracy, Packing the Polls. Get out the vote. And that's happening statewide. And I'm humbled to be part of this and to be hosting the live stream. And it's really exciting for me when I get the calls coming in, and I've got 2 or 3 participants from different parts of the state, all talking and sharing what's going on from their respective locations. Now, I know how busy. Just a few minutes ago, Tim in Midtown, State Senator Lena Taylor was out there and with masks, but what she was doing is handing out food. They had hundreds of people receiving food packages, and as part of getting out the vote, and part of what democracy looks like in the time of COVID, where people are struggling, having many of them people sick, many of them having lost their jobs, finding themselves needing assistance in one way or another. And democracy looks like this. This is people helping each other to deal with the challenges that we all face in common. And that's what democracy looks like. I keep saying that, but it is so true. So that's what we have right now. And I'm waiting to see if I've got any other people calling in at the moment. If you're watching, please leave comments, and let me see what we've got here. If I can, I'm looking at my computer screen. So if you just tuned in, this is Dan Folkman, live streaming on Zoom. This is a live stream broadcast on Building Unity Facebook page. I'm live streaming from my home base here in Milwaukee, the River West neighborhood, and hosting this live Zoom that's going to be going on through 4 o'clock this afternoon. What's occurring right now, and we've had people tuning in from the different locations. Imagine, if you close your eyes and imagine 15 to 20 locations around the state of Wisconsin, all be converging at their sites to form a car caravan that will then take off and start moving throughout their local communities. This live Zoom is available for people to call in and share with each other and with the state. And actually, you've got people from out of state tuning in and just checking periodically to see how Unite for Democracy Pack the Poll car parade activity today is going on. And that's what you're looking at right now. And everybody is busy in their cars, driving through their communities right now. And I think one of the challenges is we might not have more than one person in each car, in which case it's really difficult for someone, and they shouldn't be doing it actually, to call in unless they have somebody in the car working the phone, joining the Zoom session.
Dave Dorn, the head coach for NC State, he's already equated to the.
All right, that's interesting. We got, if you've been watching the, I got Fox News that's is part of and just listening in on to our live stream here. So what they're, here comes Tim again. Tim, you're muted. Tim, you're muted. Tim, you're muted. I don't know. He doesn't know he's muted. And, you know, we're working with the cell phone isn't as convenient as we're seeing. Tim, you're muted. Tim, you're muted.
So we're gonna flip this around and you can see what's going on.
All right, this is Tim showing us the activities in Midtown.
Oh, Milwaukee, are we ready to vote? Are we ready to make some noise for voting, people? We are so honored here today. I am Tim Cordon. I am the one of the lead organizers of the Back the Polls parade. I want you to know these parades are happening around Wisconsin, and here in Milwaukee, we're doing it up big. We're going to be going around the whole city, north side, east side, south side, and we're taking the vote mobile. you'd like to follow us, we're leaving in about 20 minutes. The boatmobile is going to head to our next stop, which is Washington Park. I'd like to turn this over to our MC for today, our DJ, our MC from Souls. This is Tynnetta Jackson. Let's give it up for Tynnetta.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Tim. This is so important. I'm so glad to see folks who live is out here. We're going to continue to build unity together with all the community organizations. Santana, glad you're here. Come on over. But we're glad everybody's here today, and to encourage everyone to come out and vote to do your civic duty. This is so important. This election is so important to our community to make a change. And we're going to turn this over to our election commissioner, and she's going to talk about the importance of early voting to get on out here. And without further ado, Stephanie Finley. Let's give her a hand. Thank you, Tynnetta. Milwaukee, stand up. We need everyone to come out to vote. This is the best opportunity is to use your voice. Your vote is your voice. It is so important. We have early voting here at Midtown. This is where we are. We also have curbside voting for elderly who cannot, or disabled who cannot walk into the polls. We have early voting going into November 1st, so that's Sunday, November 1st, next week, Sunday. It is so important that the citizens of Milwaukee come out to exercise their right. This is a right that our ancestors have fought for. We need you to show up and show out. And so, without further ado, I'm going to ask all of you, if we can get over 80% of our residents to vote, guess what? Wisconsin wins. And that's what we want. We want people to show up, show out, and vote. Remember, your vote is your voice.
Getting the job done. Joe led us out of the 2008 recession and increased health coverage for millions. As president, Joe will focus on getting us out of our crises. He'll listen to experts, work across the aisle, and put the American people first.
And if we have unity in the community, everyone can come out and participate. Thank you all for your service. It is so needed. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, good job voting.
Thank you, our election commissioner. Let's give her another hand. We want to have a couple of the speakers, and then we're going to keep going. But I'd really like to talk about All for Kids. This is a young lady I met a couple of years ago. She is doing a great thing with our youth in our community. And I know she's encouraging them and telling them the importance of voting. I just want to say a couple of words to you.
The power pack.
Hey, everybody. I'm glad you guys are going to come out here on this crispy cold day, but it's important for us to show our youth how important their voices are on many levels. But why not do it when it comes to voting? So All for Kids just brought out a few of my youth over here that's ready to vote. We registered 14 kids to vote. They did their early voting in my last round voting today. And I just want to say thank you so much, you guys, for letting us be a part of this day and sharing this moment. And let their first experience of voting be such an amazing day. Thank you. Woo! Thank you, Santana. Thank you, Santana. Next, we're going to bring our representative from Vote to Live. He's doing a great thing. We're so excited to see him here and building unity and being with them. So I want him to come talk about what they're doing. They're doing the same thing that we're doing. He said that they're in every state doing their event, and we're in every city in Milwaukee. We're simultaneously airing this event as well. So I'm just so excited to have to work with him, and we're going to continue to work with Vote to Live. Come on, Mo.
How y'all doing today? Y'all can do better than that. How y'all doing today? Good, good. Woo! It's a blessing to be here. I am the city lead for Vote to Live, party at the polls. So today's supposed to be a party at the polls. Giving away.
Hey, talk right into that mic. Talk right into that mic.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes.
Like you about to rock the stage. Rock the stage.
Check 1 2 1 2.
Yeah,
Check
yeah.
1 2 1 2.
Locust.
No, but ultimately, Vote to Live is a national organization. We're a nonpartisan organization. We are trying to just encourage everybody to utilize their right to vote. As we know, our ancestors, they have suffered, they have bled, they have died for our right to be able to exercise our voting rights. So when the national organization Vote to Live came to me to represent Milwaukee, I was honored. I was honored by this opportunity to take the lead to set up a tent here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, in Midtown on today. We're doing this in 9 other cities. So we're targeting all of the historically low voting tracts in the country. And what we're doing is we're going to party. We're giving away food. We're giving away 1,000 boxes of dry food over there today. We have Blazing over there, Blazing barbecue over there. We're giving away hot food over there. We got Latin crab over there. We're giving away some food a little bit later too as well. So we just want to, and you don't have to vote to get any food. I just want to say that too. So you can get some food and you don't have to vote. So, but we want to encourage everybody to vote. That's really what today is about. It's about voting. Happy early voting day. And by the way, my name is Alex Edwards, and I'm the city lead for Vote to Live here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. All right, thank you.
Woo! Thank you, Alex. Thank you. Okay, we're going to bring it on home. With Pastor Reverend Minister Lewis. Thank you. I don't know why I'm drawing a blank, and I call him 100 times a day. I know he get annoyed with me, but Minister Lewis is going to talk to us and encourage us, and so we can get finish off this and head to Washington Park. Thank you, Minister Lewis.
And the number one zodiac is Sagittarius. Continue. That's right.
Amen.
All right.
Hey, thanks everybody for coming out of here. You know, see, we got to get our folks involved in this. You know, I carry these papers around with me everywhere I go. And on these papers, it talks about all the suppression and disenfranchisement that is going on in our country right now. It talks about how they're trying to keep you from voting, how they're trying to keep Black folks from not expressing themselves. And I carry these papers around with me everywhere I go because I want you to know about the new voting requirements that's making it harder for you to vote. I want you to know about getting over the hump of that photo ID. I want you to know about how they pack us all together in areas so that we don't spread out and get more people in House representative seats and Senate seats. How they gerrymander the maps so that our votes are not as effective as they would be if they had not done that. I want you to know about the purging of our votes, meaning taking people off the voters' rolls, even though they don't even ask them to. And they do it without these people's knowledge. I want you to know about reducing the access to polling places. I want you to know about limiting the mail-in ballots. I want you to know about limiting early voting. I want you to know about having time to get your absentee ballot counted. Because I want you to be able to tell people when they say that their vote doesn't count, you need to tell them if your vote didn't count, why are all these people trying to stop you from voting? I want you to tell these people they're the most important people in the world right now. What we do in Milwaukee, if Black folks come out to vote, the world is going to change. The world is going to change. We're going to change the nation and the world. So all these young people who are talking about, I don't want to vote, it don't matter. That's just crazy. All of our votes count. And we have to get all our families, our friends, our neighbors, our relatives, man, Man, get that dog registered to vote. Everybody needs to vote. Every single vote is going to count. And if we vote, we change the world. We change the nation and the world. And not only do we want to vote for a candidate, everybody, but listen to this. We want to vote for power because we want to pull together and create a voting bloc. You know, the slogan for Souls to the Polls is, we're an army of faith, the power of 100,000 souls to the polls. When we get finished voting, we want to stay together November 4th. We want to start a voting bloc so that we can make sure that we have leverage to make people do what we need them to do in our community. We ought to be sick and tired of people just doing anything to us. We need to start making them do something for us. And we have the power to do it, but we got to get out and we have to vote. And people, listen to me. Don't take this for granted. This is very important business. We want a party today, but we better have a serious party because if we don't, our life depends on it. So make sure each and every one of you go vote and get everybody you know to vote. We got to put November 3rd to make this happen. 80%. We got to get 80% of us to vote. We got to talk each other into it. And we got to do it now, man. This opportunity may not come again. They protested, they marched, they opened up the door. We talked about racism, and now we got to step through that door and make it happen. Everybody. Woo! Amen. Amen. Now, we have, if you know people who need rides, you know, we got all kind of folks who can get a ride to the polls. And we got Uber and Lyft rides to the polls. So there is no excuse for anybody not to get a ride to the polls. And we have a number that you can call. Bruce, do you have that number? I'm sorry. But we have a number that you can call. We got information on that table. And you give it to the people who need a ride. Because we want each and every person who will to vote. So thank you, everybody. Thank you for being here. Especially you young folks, because you're our future. And I don't mind turning it over to you. Because I believe in these young folks, man. I believe in them. I believe that they're going to take me to the next level. And when I die, I can die in peace. Because I'm going to be in good hands with these young folks. Let's give God a great big hand praise. Stand up for your right. Get up, stand up. Stand up for your right.
Stand up for your rights, people. Right. Deanna, I'm going to plug in my headphones so that I can communicate with you.
Yeah, Tim, it was really great. Thank you so much. We've been watching this. It's fabulous. Hi, folks. This is Dan Folkman, live streaming on Zoom.
Hey, Dan.
Hey, Tim. How you doing?
Looks like you got Fox News on the line, even.
Yeah, we've got Fox News. They've been watching the whole thing, and
well,
I'm going to spotlight you now, Tim.
All right.
All right.
Well,
So
we're getting ready to shove up pretty soon. They got free food here. We got Senator Lena Taylor is giving away food from the truck over there. And people are coming to vote early down at that end. The vote-mobile will be leading the parade that's going to go through Madison. Through Milwaukee. There's also a parade going on in Madison, but we're going to be leaving fairly soon. I got to find my my team, and make sure that everybody gets in line. I'm gonna mute myself for a minute.
Hi, folks. This is Dan Folkman. If you've just tuned in, Dan Folkman here, live streaming with Zoom on Building Unity Facebook page. And we're sharing that live stream across many platforms right now throughout Wisconsin. So I welcome you and encourage you to stay with us. We're going to be live streaming.
Hey, Dan.
Okay, hold
We're
on.
live. I want to chime in here if I can. We've got some people here giving away free food to anyone who comes. You don't have to vote, but they're here giving away free food. I want you to find out who they are. What's your name?
My name is Keven. I'm Carol's Blazing Barbecue. Pull it down a little bit. I'm sorry. Carol's Blazing Barbecue. Best Blazing Barbecue. That's our number.
This is Tim. He's at Midtown with Milwaukee.
Okay, that's Carol's Blazing Barbecue. No, I'm good, thank you. They're giving away free food, making this party sustainable for everybody. Oh my God! Oh, look at that! That is jerk chicken. You got to go support Carol's Blazing Barbecue. Where are you located? Oh, they do catering. Okay. Catering, there's the number. 262-389-5527. That's amazing looking barbecue. All right. We're going to be shoving off pretty soon. Ty, we got to shove off pretty soon. You want to get... Okay, I'm going to go make an announcement.
All right, folks.
Somebody lose their job. You're work to make somebody lose their job.
Broadcasting live. Tim Cordon's camera, and he's showing us what's happening. He's showing us what's happening right now in Midtown in Milwaukee, north side of the central city. Just saw Blazing Barbecue handing out free barbecue lunches. Fantastic. I almost left my Zoom here to go down and get me a sandwich.
Like a little fake job. Get your job or you can J-O-B, Doc B. Let's have to do this DJ thing. Living dead on the earth. I ain't even off earth, but on earth. I got this. Let's go. DJ New Styles. 1, 2, 3. Scorpio season. Sagittarius on deck. Zodiac. Let's go.
Thank you, Dr. B. Let's give it up for Dr. B on our DJ. Yes, so folks, the parade is about to leave Midtown. If you want to get in your cars, we'll do more decorating at Washington Park. If you didn't get a chance to decorate, follow the Votemobile. The Votemobile is right over there, that beautiful bus.
I love that bus.
Yes, we're building.
Don't stand in front of the speaker. You
there we go.
You go way out there. You go out there.
We're building unity with all kinds of groups that stand up for justice. We got to end all the injustice in this world and work for a livable planet. We got to come together for peace. We got to come together for sustainability and for real democracy. Thank you, Vote to Live, for letting us be part of this party with you. Thank you, Dr. B. Get in line, and we're going to drive away shortly. Oh, one more thing.
Everybody drive and get some free bread over there from this lady at her car.
There's free bread at Pam's car over there, right by the Votemobile. And then the Votemobile is going to start the parade. All right. Thank you, Dr. B.
Thank you. Hey, where are you from? Where are you from, sir? Where are you from?
I'm now living in Milwaukee. I'm also from Madison. Yay, Milwaukee. I love Milwaukee. Milwaukee's rocking it. Rocking the people's democracy revolution.
608 to the 414. All right, sir. Hey, I went to Madison Media Institute, so I know what you're talking about. Let's go.
Shoe polishes.
In my pocket.
Talk to my volunteers. Paid or unpaid, I don't care. I'm with you.
Tynnetta? Tynnetta? You want the shoe polish?
What's your block? What's your block? G. Green.
Hi, everybody. Dan Folkman again. You've been watching the live action of the Building Unity, Get Out the Vote car caravan in Milwaukee, downtown north side. And they're now getting ready to all get into their different cars. There might be 15 or so cars that are now going to be driving through the Milwaukee community. I think they'll end up at Washington Park Senior Center, I believe. And I think we'll see Tim once they arrive there. And if we're lucky, I know Jane is going to be driving with Tim in the Vote-mobile, and maybe, hopefully, she'll tune in on our Zoom session here and give us some video and commentary from within the Vote-mobile as they're actually driving around the state. We've also seen people from, oh, speak of the devil, here it is.
Hey, Dan.
Hey, Tim. I'm spotlighting a guy. All right, that's Jane. And I see you're charging your phone.
Getting,
right?
All right.
All right.
We are. Here, talk to Jane.
Yeah, Jane, this is fabulous. You got you got a charger going on for your phone?
Can't see you, my friend. Can't
Pardon?
hear you.
You can't hear me? You got to have the headset maybe. Hey, Tim, can you hear me?
Voting.
You're watching live from within the Vote-mobile, Building Unity Vote-mobile. We got Tim and Jane. Tim is at the wheel, and Jane, his partner.
Oh, gotcha.
And
We can have my feet on while we're going. That would help me a lot.
for friends who have been tuning in, thank you very much. I'm going to now get back to gallery view. This is Dan Folkman. I've been live streaming from Milwaukee, my neighborhood, in my house, while everybody else is having the fun of getting out there and joining more than 15 to 20 car caravans throughout the state. And Milwaukee Caravan has been organizing and is about to launch their travels through the state, through the city. And I think they're going to go from the north side of the central city, Midtown, to Washington Park, which is pretty central in terms of Milwaukee, still on the north side. But the caravan is going to go through a variety of streets and wind its way through the city promoting voting, ending up at Washington Park. And I think there'll be a gathering there and some live events that will be live streaming. In a few minutes, I expect that Tim will come back online and really give us some video and commentary as with Jane holding the camera, talking about the event as they see it, as they're participating in it. We've got caravans going on simultaneously throughout the state of Wisconsin. This is really an amazing, amazing feat. And our live stream, when or if people are able to call in and join the live stream Zoom session, they'll be able to update us on what's going on. But let me just read you a few names of what's going on simultaneously. We've got a caravan going on in Madison. They've got, I think, two caravans going on simultaneously. We've got 2 or more caravans being organized and en route right now in Milwaukee. So we've got Madison and Milwaukee. We've got River Falls. We've got Greene County, Rock County, Racine and Kenosha and Milwaukee County. We've got Beloit. We've got the city of Green Bay. We've got Oregon, Phippsburg, Sun Prairie. We've got the Menominee Indian Reservation. There's a lot of work going up on the in the Menominee area, and it's really an activist group there and activist group at all of these locations. We've had people calling in earlier. If you are on the YouTube, I mean the Facebook broadcast, you should be able to actually move your viewer. Let me see if I can do that with mine. We've had earlier sessions with people from throughout the state calling in and spending some time with us, which is really exciting. At one point, we had 3 or 4 places simultaneously, and it was really fun to be able to watch and listen to people talk about what's going on. So this is, again, Dan Folkman, live streaming. And so I've got someone coming in from Milwaukee. Hello, unmute and turn on your video if you can. Hello. All right, folks. What happened to our friend from Milwaukee? I guess couldn't quite make it. So the so thank you for tuning in. If you just tuned in and you're wondering what the heck is going on here, this is Dan Folkman, live streaming on Zoom. So thanks for tuning in. And we are now in the launch phase of our day-long get out the vote, pack the polls, car caravan parade. I should say parades, because there are about 15 to 20 separate parades throughout the state of Wisconsin, all promoting getting out the vote. And right now, there's a parade going on, and we're waiting to hear people call in when and if they're able to do that. I've had a couple of people call in and find the connections were a little challenging, so that's to be expected. But we've got parades in Madison. We've got a parade or more in Milwaukee. So Milwaukee and Madison are totally engaged. We've got parades going on in River Falls. We've got waiting room. admit. Here comes Tim. Tim? So Tim Cordon, the Executive Director of Building Unity, and really has done a fine job in coordinating groups across the state of Wisconsin to really begin to come together. The name of the organization is Building Unity, Peace, Justice, Sustainability, and Democracy. Those are the unifying themes that Building Unity is all about. Today's event, Unite for Democracy, Pack the Polls. 15 to 20 car caravans organized and en route as we speak throughout the state of Wisconsin here, driving through their locales, promoting the necessity of getting out the vote. And that's what this is all about. And what we've seen in Milwaukee, thanks to Tim, is that they gathered and launched their parade from a location, Midtown Shopping Center, which is on the north side of Milwaukee Central City. And they had food, free barbecue going on. They've had Lena Turner, our state representative, state senator, handing food out for families in need in this time of COVID and this time of businesses being shut down or slowed down dramatically in light of COVID. People are really finding hard time. And Lena is out there, Lena Turner, Senator Lena Turner is out there handing out hundreds and hundreds of boxes of food to people. And in Midtown, they were registering people to vote. We saw that. They had speakers. And we heard the speakers. And there's a drop-off mailbox for mail-in voting. If you didn't want to just send it through the mail, Milwaukee has, like, I think 30 sites, all of them for being able to drop off your mail-in vote. And then they also had early voting going on in Milwaukee and in Midtown. So Tim was able to mention that all of this stuff was happening at that one location, and Tim really gave us a nice view of all of that. Right now, our caravans throughout the state are on their separate routes, and we're waiting for people, if they're willing and able to do it, to call in and give us some live video and commentary. Tim is trying to get in. I see the little sign on my screen saying they're trying to connect. And this is to be expected. We're traveling through areas where the cell phone signal may be loaded or not as strong as we had in Midtown shopping area. So all of this is to be expected, but boy, when we make the connection, you can really feel it. You can feel the activity, the energy, and the dedication that people throughout the state are expressing through this statewide get out the vote car parade that's going on. And I'm just so pleased and honored, actually, to be able to be here with you, broadcasting live with and on Zoom, and being able to share with you, and when we connect, hear from you, and have this all live on Facebook. Oh.
Hey, Dan.
Okay, Tim.
So we had quite a fun party there at Midtown, and now we're heading over to Washington Park. Jane, and my co-pilot, faithful companion, has been amazing. Cars are lining up behind me, and we are on our way. I'll be beeping the horn a little bit.
Tim, you're looking great. Have Jane put the camera view up through the front window, so we see see that and continue talking.
Sure, I'll continue talking. So,
but have Jane show us the front windshield.
Dan would like to see a little bit of what it's like to be driving down the street in the Votemobile.
Oh, that's fantastic. Go ahead, Tim, keep talking.
Okay, Dan. Well, you gotta ask me some questions. You're my moderator here now.
Oh, well, you know, I was just bragging about you. You had Lena Taylor. What was Lena Taylor, that food program that she was part of?
Senator Lena Taylor was there distributing food, and she got. I'm not sure who got Vote to Live to come to the same corner that we were staging this parade from, but somebody did. So it all came together in a most beautiful way. We had music, they had barbecue there. They were giving away classic brazen barbecue, was giving away free barbecue. And then there were, Lena arranged for free food to be given away by the box list. Oh, I'm supposed to turn here.
Okay.
I'm supposed to turn. I gotta watch. There's a car. I'm watching. All right.
Have Jane show us through the windshield. Oh, perfect. Tim, you mentioned, now that you're on the street again, you mentioned that there was a early voting going on. Did you get a sense of
oh yeah,
how many people were in line to vote?
Lots of people were coming. I don't know if there was a line, but we had so many people coming up to the Votemobile saying, "Can I vote here? Is this where I vote?" Because we had balloons that said vote, and you know there was a lot drawing people into where we were, and we had to point them over to the early polling site that was in the mall there. Of course, we wanted to be away from it at least 100 feet. There's supposed to be no campaigning of any kind within a polling place. So we were well away from the 100 feet limit and rocking it with Live to Vote. Our next stop is gonna probably be a lot quieter. We'll take some time. There's also an early voting site. We'll be able to promote early voting and steer people towards that early voting site. Draw attention to the fact that you can vote at libraries and the city clerk's office, city hall, or in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. And of course, we've got other people doing this all around the state, similar things in their communities.
Yeah, we had people calling in from Beloit and Madison. You're getting honks. They're seeing your sign of, that's fabulous.
Yep. We got on the side of the Votemobile, you know, it says, "Your voice, your vote, hashtag voting is power." And that's one of our mottos. Another one of our mottos is, "Our democracy needs you." This is no time to consider democracy a spectator sport. This is Sherman Avenue. Yep, we're turning on Sherman here. Heading down, turning on Sherman Boulevard. We're gonna head down to Washington Park. So, yeah, this is good.
Have Jane show us some, you know, people would love to see the neighborhood. So
okay, show us
the front window, the side, and you can keep talking, but it's really exciting to hear you talk while we're seeing the Votemobile move through the city and the notion. How many cars are behind you?
I think there are about 4 or 5 cars. We didn't pick up that many people to actually join the parade. Hopefully more will join at our stops. We've got 2 stops on the north side, and then we've got another stop on the another stop on the south, or 2 stops on the south side.
Yeah.
So we're starting out. Of course, we started at Midtown Mall. Now we're heading to Washington Park. After we leave Washington Park, we're going to go to the Clinton Rose Senior Center, and there Senator Lena Taylor, and a representative from the South Side, Representative Ortiz, is going to speak. They're also going to be leading us, encouraging the parade to continue on to the South Side. This is an unprecedented event where South Side activists and North Side activists are coming together and doing an event that is spanning the city. So Dan really wants to see more of the city as we're moving around. It's a more exciting shot than looking at me driving and talking. But it's fun to wave to people. People are waving and enjoying the message on the Vote-mobile that your vote is your voice and voting is power.
Yeah, it's amazing to hear you talking about what's going on. And with the view out the front window, people can imagine that similar views are occurring simultaneously at 15 to 20 locations around the state.
Now, is our representative from TV6 News still on the line?
I think Fox News is still on the line. They're muted, and I think they're just watching and listening and probably reporting on what they're seeing as our event unfolds.
Well, I want to encourage them, if they have any questions, by all means, fire them while we're en route here. There's a little less to do, so be happy to answer any questions about what we're doing and why we're doing it.
So Fox News, if you heard that, Tim is inviting you to unmute and ask a few questions while he's online with us. If not, I'm sure that'll happen at any time throughout the day.
I might take this time to just point out that the reason we're doing this is that we need to make sure we elect people who are aware of science and scientific knowledge concerning things like the climate crisis, also the COVID pandemic. We need people who are not putting people down for wearing face masks, criticizing people who wear face masks. That is unconscionable behavior at a time when thousands and thousands of Americans are losing their lives prematurely due to this pandemic. And people all over the world are dying. It's time for us to follow scientific minds that care about the people and not just the corporate interests of the richest 1% in this country. We need to vote for justice. We need to vote for peace. We need to vote for real democracy. So we are encouraging everyone everywhere to make sure that nothing stops you from voting. We seem to have lost a lot of people at the light, so I'm slowing down a little bit to make sure that our okay, we're going to take a phone call, Dan. We'll be back in a little bit.
All right, take that. Thank you.
That. Go ahead and leave and call time.
All right, folks, there you had it. Tim really gave us a nice little review of what's going on with the entire program and the goals and objectives of building unity and their vision for promoting unity on focused around peace, justice, sustainability, and democracy. And they're on their way now from Midtown, which is a shopping center in the Milwaukee's northern central city, and they're heading to Washington Park. And they're going through right now, they're on Sherman Boulevard. And we had some really nice video, thanks to Jane, who's Tim's partner. Together, they're in the Vote-mobile, and Tim driving, Jane doing the camera work. And it was really kind of exciting. So, and the thought, I think for me, the thing that's exciting is that that vision of the Vote-mobile driving through the city of Milwaukee was happening simultaneously in 15 to 20 other cities and locales throughout the state of Wisconsin, all working in a coordinated way to have a local caravan, car caravan, all COVID safe, masks and the like, social distancing, but all going together simultaneously promoting the necessity of getting out the vote. And that's what's happening right now. We're in 2 hours and 20 minutes into our day-long live stream. I'll be with you hosting the live stream until 4 o'clock this afternoon. Could go longer if there's a reason to do so. The only reason to do so would be people joining in and wanting to participate in the Zoom session. I'm here to take Zoom participants phoning in and sharing with us their activities at their local parades. All right, thank you. This is Dan Folkman live streaming on Zoom, and we're covering the day-long event of Building Unity, Get Out the Vote, Pack the Polls, Car Caravan, and this is an activity occurring all day long at 15 or 20 different locations around the state of Wisconsin. So right now, everybody that's participating, they are busy driving through what they're supposed to be doing. And if every once in a while we get someone to call into our Zoom session, they'll update us on what's going on. So I want to say that I really appreciate, we're live streaming on Facebook, on Building Unity Facebook page. And we've got at least reached more than 70 people. And we've got more than 30 people engaged with us, watching, sharing, and liking, commenting. I think it's really kind of inspiring from my point of view here to be able to, and to be honored with the ability to, using Zoom, to actually cover this statewide event through Zoom. And when people call in, they share with us their phone video and commentary. And for example, a few minutes ago, Tim in Milwaukee, in the Vote-mobile, was driving through the city on Sherman Boulevard. And his partner, Jane, was holding the camera view out the windshield. And Tim is talking about what Building Unity is attempting to accomplish with this day-long Get Out the Vote car caravan parades throughout the state. And it was really powerful to have that image of the windshield and being able to realize that 20 or 15 to 20 locations throughout the state are engaged in the same Get Out the Vote car caravan, Pack the Polls. Really powerful stuff. So thank you for tuning in. I will stay live through 4 o'clock this afternoon. And right now it's 4:30. I'm going to take a break, and I will be coming back at about 11:20. That's about less than, it's about 7 minutes from now. I'm going to get myself a cup of coffee, take a little bit of a break, and join you. So thanks so much for staying with us. Hi, folks. This is Dan Folkman, live streaming with Building Unity. And I've got Charles trying to call in, and Tim Cordon will be joining us right now. So hi, Tim.
Hello, Dan.
Yeah, you tried to get in while I was trying to get a break. So I'm back now, all charged up. So,
way to go, Dan. You're a trooper. I want to show you what's going on here. I'm going to flip the camera around.
All right. And I'm spotlighting you, sir. So you've got the show.
Here we are. There's the statue of Washington. We're at the corner of Lloyd, Lisbon, and Sherman Avenue. And there is the early voting place. And there's a line of people. People are eager. There's a guy named Jim Brown. You'll get to meet him in a minute from Milwaukee. He's holding signs, parking cars out by the early voting spots, making sure people know that they can vote early and where they can vote. Getting all around the city. We're here at the Washington Park. People are decorating their cars with vote signs. I'm here with my good friend and partner in this project, Tynnetta Jackson. There she is waving. Her shortly. She's our MC today. And of course, there is the vote mobile. We're right on the edge of Washington Park, at the corner of Lisbon and Sherman Boulevard. There's Larry. Hey, Larry. Hey, Larry. Have you voted yet, Larry? Good for you. We gotta make sure everybody votes. Thanks for being part of our parade today. Anything you want to say out there to people in Facebook land? All right.
Just a little cold. Hi, Tim.
Hey, Charlie. I'm glad you're on the call. How are things going there in Madison?
Okay, it's a little chilly today, but we got a little sun came out recently, so it's going to warm up. We've got people here with hot dogs, and we've been getting some literature out in terms of where people can vote. And got a good turnout. We got a lot of signs on the cars over here.
Charlie, can you turn your camera on by swiping over and hitting the camera at the bottom?
We look I'm looking for where I can turn the camera on here.
Sometimes you just have to hit your phone and then hit the little camera at the bottom. If you tap on your picture, that little picture there, if you tap on your picture.
Okay, I'm looking for my picture. I'm not seeing a picture.
Well, it's not a picture. It's just a little icon of a person because you're not there. Well, anyway.
Okay, well, I'm looking for that and I'm not seeing it, Tim.
All right.
It says your video is stopped for some reason.
Well, if you slide over, maybe you can get your video going again. I don't know. It'd be nice to see what's going on the ground there. That was certainly the whole idea.
There's a lot of audio coming in. Is that through, Charlie, is that through you?
I can see you, Dan, and I can see Tim.
Yeah. Are you in a, I'm just wondering whether or not, where that, all that audio is coming from. It must be from you. Oh, there we go.
There we go.
Charlie and Dan, I'm gonna. Oh, good. That's nice, Charlie. Good job. You figured it out.
Yeah, this.
We're going to be hearing from Senator LaTonya Johnson soon here, so I'm going to get things set up. Please stay tuned and view her speaking. But I'm going to get things set up, so I'm going to mute for a minute.
Yeah. Okay. Do that. And Charlie, tell us what's going on.
Well, we had a bunch of people show up. We had a bunch of people show up at the Home Depot, and they did a circuit of all the neighborhoods in the Allied Drive area. And Dorothy, let me say, Dorothy, so I want to say hi.
Hi.
They did a circuit of the neighborhoods in the Allied Drive area. And then everybody ended up back here in Allied Park. And they've got hot dogs and donuts and literature. And folks are having a good time despite the fact that it's pretty cold out.
Yeah, are you able to walk around a little bit and show us some of what you're talking about? And by the way, you're in Madison, correct? Where are you?
That's correct. Yeah, we're at LA Drive neighborhood, south side of Madison. I'm going to show you some of the cars here.
The houses across the way are part of the Habitat for Humanity's neighborhood in Fitchburg. The tree line right here is the dividing line between Madison and Fitchburg.
So that line right there, that's Madison?
This tree line is the division between Madison on this side, Fitchburg on that side.
Interesting, because I would have thought that would be Madison on the other side.
Nope, this is Madison on this side.
Okay. Well, Rebecca, I want to say hi to folks.
Hi. We are standing in the sun because it's a little bit warmer in the sun and enjoying the aroma of the hot dogs that are cooking. It's starting to make me a little bit hungry. I want to give Dorothy Krause lots of credit for the wonderful route that she figured out for our car parade. Got a great tour of the neighborhood and went past some wonderful landmarks like the local UCC church and the Boys and Girls Club. So I really give Dorothy a lot of credit for the route.
All right, thank you. Charlie, I'm going to put Tim back on.
Okay, sounds good.
If you want to stay on, I'll mute you, but sounds like...
Well, I'll just watch, see what you guys are doing elsewhere. Take care.
All right, I'll mute you. Or you're going to turn off?
Yep.
All right, so long, Charlie. Thanks.
Thank you.
Come in later on, okay?
You bet. Take care.
Bye-bye.
No, I'm just we got a lot of stuff going on with the budget.
We're gonna have a few words because we need to make community out here. We have the King Solomon Baptist Church who is gonna say a few words to keep us going, to keep inspiring the community. And we see as the cameras paraded around, we see all the early voting and all the signs. So we're just going to keep this going because this is so important to our community that we get out and vote. So Pastor Watkins, would you come up and just talk about the importance of getting out to vote?
Good morning, everyone. I'm just here to support early voting because it is important that we vote early. If we want to make a change, we have to get out and vote. If we're not satisfied if we're satisfied with things are, we don't vote. But if not satisfied and you want to make a change, you have to get out and vote. To vote early, vote on November the 3rd, vote, vote, vote. As they say, we're voting for our life. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Watkins. We really appreciate it. We appreciate those words and souls. As who I represent, we make sure that we're doing work in the community and that our community is always aware of what's important. Again, Pastor Watkins said, if you're not satisfied, whether you're satisfied or not satisfied, you still need to get out and vote. Make your voices heard regardless. Our ancestors fought for this, and if it wasn't important, they wouldn't be trying to suppress the vote. And in every city and in every state, they're suppressing, they're making it hard for people to vote. I just came back from Houston. Houston is humongous. It's just the city of Houston. And they got only one drop-off box, one for the entire city of Houston. That is how they're trying to suppress the vote. I don't know, Houston is like 2 or 3 times the size of Milwaukee, and one drop-off site that they have. And I don't know if you've been watching the news. Some people are putting out fake drop boxes, having people put their ballots in and they're going to throw away their ballots. So this is serious, y'all. People are doing everything to rig this election. It is serious to go out and cast your vote. Make sure you know where to go. Make sure it is the right site. And don't assume that this is a drop-off box? No. There's plenty of information to know. And souls to the polls have a way that you, if you cannot get there, if you need a way to the polls, they will Uber or Lyft you. They will take you to the polls and bring you back home. So there are resources out there to help you get out and cast your vote to make sure, because every vote counts. So, and tomorrow we're going to be at Midtown again. Souls to the polls, souls and different organizations will be out, and all they're asking after service at 1 o'clock. At 1 o'clock, we will be at Midtown again, and Wall Street Journal will be out there. So this is how important this is, that Wall Street Journal will be there at Midtown tomorrow, seeing what Milwaukee is doing, seeing if we taking it serious. And what we're doing is asking every church, every faith person, and if whether you are in a church or not, we want to make sure that we get 80%. Is that right, Senator Johnson? We want to make sure Milwaukee show up. We haven't been showing up like we should. We need to make sure we make our vote count. Without further ado, a lady of the hour, and this is her district, and she wanted to make sure that she come out and represent her district to let people know, hey, I'm out here. This is important to me. I want you to know that she's taking it serious. She takes this very serious. So she said, you know what? I got a minute to come over and tell you that your vote is important, that it counts. Senator Johnson.
All right, Senator Johnson.
I just want to say thank you to everybody who has given up your time to be here today. There's so much going on in this city, and the fact that you are here shows the importance of everybody's vote. I'll share with you a little bit of what I've been seeing on the doors. When I first got elected to the Senate seat, it was in 2016. And we all know how tumultuous that election was. But what shocked me was the fact that out of the top 50 wards that had the lowest voter turnout, 27 of those were in my district, were in my new Senate district. So even though the city of Milwaukee has 4 senators that represent them, I am the only senator that represents just the city of Milwaukee. Most senators represent portions of Milwaukee and other surrounding suburban areas, but my district just consists of the city of Milwaukee. So what I decided to do was to go after those 27 wards that had the lowest voter drop-off rates, because I felt like that was personal to me. People were feeling like their electeds didn't matter, and that wasn't the case. And in my journeys out knocking on the doors, trying to drive more and more people out to vote, the stories that you hear on the doors are just, they're devastating. Talking to people, their number one concern is how they're going to pay their rent, how they're going to pay their mortgage. There's a moratorium right now if it's a result of COVID-19, but what happens afterwards? Those payments are not forgiven. Those people are dealing with daily worry about what's going to happen to them after this is over. We know so many people in our community were just living paycheck to paycheck. And now a lot of those paychecks are gone. So what are those families going to do? And for those moms out there that do have an option to go to work, what do they do with their babies? I met this lady who started delivering for Amazon. And I think it's called Amazon Flex. She puts her baby in the back of her car, and her baby stays in the car with her all day while she delivers, because she still has to pay the rent. She has to make ends meet. And that means she has to take her baby with her because she can't take her baby to daycare. So there are so many issues. I met this gentleman who was so concerned about his unemployment benefits, and he hadn't gotten any money, that he sent off his original driver's license, his original social security card, and now he's without ID, and he's still without funds. I've participated in the pop-up food events where they provide food to the community. And the one event, the first one that I went to, I just wanted to cry, because I saw so many people there and the distraught was so bad. You saw people bringing wagons so they could take home boxes of food. And for some people, you offered them entire boxes and they said, I can't take the entire box. I wish I could, but I don't have a car and I'm walking and I can't carry the box while I walk. So you allowed them to open up the box and to take what they needed. But then the drive-up food giveaways were just as bad. You saw some of the cars who pulled up at those food giveaways and you knew at some point they were doing exceptionally well. But now they're in line for food handouts. Our state legislature hasn't met in over 6 months. And we're in the middle of a pandemic that's ravishing Black and brown communities, where our hospitals are being overwhelmed. We just opened up a hospital extension, and you know what? That's not for the people here in Milwaukee. That's for the people who are in places like Fox Point and Twin Lakes, where there's very few hospital beds, and some of them might have to be medevaced or driven down to via ambulance to Milwaukee. It's the only one in this state. So when we say that there is more to be done, there is more to be done. And so your vote matters. Your vote matters that people who you elect, regardless of who you vote for, understand where it is that you come from. They understand the community. And just because the community may not be hurting as bad as Milwaukee and Pewaukee, the people in Milwaukee are still Wisconsinites too, and they matter. So we have to make sure that when we cast our vote, we do it wholeheartedly, and everybody that's eligible to vote does so, because there's so much on that ballot. Your community is on that ballot. Your livelihood is on that ballot. Your family is on that ballot. Your way of life is on that ballot. And how we move forward from today is on that ballot. Milwaukee has extremely high COVID-19 numbers, extremely high. People are risking their lives just to even stand in line and cast a vote. So we need to make sure that everybody who's eligible does so. Get up off your couch, get up off your butt, and do what's right. Because if you don't look out for yourself and your family, nobody else will. Thank you.
I tell you, if that story did not encourage you to get up to vote, I don't know what it will take to get you to the polls. And not only get you to the polls, get somebody else, bring somebody else with you. Drag somebody else with you to the poll. Get that person that says it doesn't matter. These stories right here will let you know it matters. You know what? I've been knowing Senator Johnson for a long time, and I know the work she has done in our community. I have watched her when she was a state representative, I believe, and then she went to, got voted on up, and she's done a lot of hard work for us. And we want to look at, when we look at our ballots, we want to look and see, you know, and look at our community and look at people that represent us to, and that we hold accountable and make sure that we vote accordingly. Our local election is just as important as our presidential election. So we need to know whose names are on the ballot. We're not telling you who to vote for. This is nonpartisan, but we're telling you that you need to vote. Bring somebody with you. And if you need the information for Uber or Lyft, let us know. We'll get that information to you as well so that everybody can vote. Thank you, everybody. We're going to head over to Clinton Rose. That's our final stop for the north side. And then we're going to journey, anybody that can, journey with us to the south side. We're building unity with the south side. It's so important that we build those bridges and unite and come together. So we're going to head over to Clinton Rose Center, and then from there, we're going to go on to the rest of us that can. We're going to head on over and unite with the South Side, their representatives, their political people that represent them. They're going to come out and talk about the importance of voting and building unity because all of us is important. This is not a Democrat or Republican thing. It's an American thing. It's a community thing. It's we all here together. So we need to come together and think about it that way. And we're gonna leave. Tim gonna give us some final words. We're gonna pack up, and I'm gonna head us on out to Clinton Rose. And we're gonna drive slow. So when we get to that light, if it say yellow, we gotta stop those people behind us. So if you can follow us on over, that would be great. Thank you. Come here, Tim.
Thank you, Ty. You have done such a beautiful job of building unity in Milwaukee, and we're just getting started. Let's give it up for Ty Jackson and Sorrel. Really amazing, amazing connecting, really. Now I want to tell you folks about Building Unity just a minute. Building Unity is not a new group. We don't need any more new groups. There are plenty of new groups. What we need to do is bring the groups together. And Ty's on board. I know she's part of the project. Pastor Watkins, I know you're on board. We got to bring people together, not just for racial justice, although racial justice is number one, not just for climate change, although climate change has got to be number one too, not just for ending mass incarceration, because that's number one too, but for immigration justice, for justice for women, for women having the right to choose what they do with their bodies. Yes. Right? We've got to have police reform, serious police reform, right? We've got to meet the needs, the healthcare needs, the housing needs, the education needs of our people, all of our people, brown, black, whatever. And that is only going to happen when we build a united movement that includes everyone and leaves nobody out. So take a window cling, wear it proudly, you can put it on your house, take 2, take 3, put it on your car today for our parade. Get this idea out there. It's time for us to build unity. And I thank you all for being part of our parade. We'll be leaving shortly. Thank you so much, Senator Johnson. I know, Senator Johnson, thank you so much for joining our event today. And we look forward to building unity with you in the future. All right.
All right, folks, Dan Folkman again. And wow, what a nice presentation we had there at Washington Park in Milwaukee. We had State Senator Lena Johnson giving a talk along with others about the importance of getting out the vote. Again, I'm Dan Folkman, live streaming on Zoom to a Building Unity Facebook page, and I'm on several other Facebook pages throughout the state of Wisconsin. We've got a growing audience here, and this is what the democracy looks like. We're getting out the vote. The election is just less than 2 weeks away, November 3rd. It's going to be the most important election in our lifetimes, for sure. And we all feel it. We see the energy. We see all the work that's going on in Milwaukee and throughout the state of Wisconsin. And I just want to thank everyone for tuning in and to watch and participate by viewing and supporting. And you can make a great contribution by sharing this live stream. This is a marathon live stream. I've been live since 9 o'clock this morning. And let me just tell you, for those who are just tuning in, this is Building Unity. I'm Dan Folkman with Building Unity, and I'm live streaming on Building Unity Facebook page. And from there, we're sharing it far and wide to other Facebook pages throughout Wisconsin and well beyond. We've got audiences on the East Coast, and they're sharing it. It's just cascading. It's just amazing. But what is happening? Building unity, unity for peace, justice, sustainability, and democracy. As Tim Cordon, the executive director of Building Unity, really wants and does emphasize, Building Unity isn't a new organization. It's a gathering, a coalition of organizations far and wide who are recognizing the need that we all must build unity together. And the core issues, the convening issues is peace, justice, sustainability, and democracy. And that's what this is about. And we know that if we're going to build our democracy, we've got to get out the vote. And so this event, it's called Uniting for Democracy, Pack the Polls Car Parade. And what's going on is we've got 15 or 20 separate communities, cities, counties that are currently right now engaged in a car parade in their locales with the theme of building unity and getting out the vote. And I'm doing this live stream. People from throughout the state will join us and share their views, what's going on. I got Susan Adams coming on board. I've got, so I wanna really thank you for calling in. Thank you for tuning in on Facebook. And believe me, you can have a really impact by simply sharing this live stream with your friends on Facebook and other social media platforms. The movement is exciting, and I'm really privileged to be part of all of this. Now, what's happening is the caravans are moving around the state. And Susan, can you hear me? Susan,
yes.
You're
yes.
muted.
Yes, I can hear you.
Fantastic. Can you put your camera? Oh, hey. All right.
I tried to get on earlier. Did you see me when I was in the parade?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
And,
I saw you guys, but it was like 10 o'clock and I don't know. I was on my phone and I didn't know how to do it.
Right. Well,
So
you're here now. Looks like you're back home.
So my husband took a bunch of pictures and he texted them to me, and I don't know how to. I don't know how to get them to you.
Well, what would be really great is I've been really explaining to our viewers, and we've got a growing audience here on Facebook page. We're live streaming on Building Unity Facebook page, and it's being shared all over the place. And you were out there, Beloit, is that correct?
Right, Beloit. We had 20.
Explain and just share with us, as if you're just talking to a friend now, what you've done this morning, what happened out there on your caravan, and use your voice and your words so that we can build our own image of it. So go ahead.
Okay. Well, I got there about, we were going to meet at 9:45, and Ellen, Joyce, and I, and I got there at 9:45, but there was a lot of people before me, and we ended up, most of the people had already decorated their cars. Let's see if I can move to somewhere else. And my husband's kind of like, he had his surgery, and so somebody called him just now.
I hope he's doing okay.
Yeah, he is. He was good enough to sit outside. And so that he watched it go by. And anyway, if anybody's going to do it this afternoon, I would say definitely make sure that you tell everyone to slow down, because some people got ahead of us, of the other people, that we thought we had it all figured out of who was going to be in the front. And they had the most decorated car. And then it turned out that people went ahead of them. So make sure that you're more prepared than that. We got there, we had markers and paper, but people had a lot of people had already done stuff. People took flags and had them attached to their windows or flying out the window. And then we had somebody that had a giant dog that was participating. And
like
we also didn't tell people to honk their horns well enough. So people weren't honking their horns. But people that did see us, they honked their horns back. So that was nice. Oops, did I lose you? Anyway.
I can see you.
Oh, you can see me. Okay, that's good. I don't know what happened.
Lower your screen a little bit because your chin is being cut off. Wow,
Okay.
beautiful.
All right. Well, I've got something else that came up when I was. I'll go over here. Yeah, there it is. So, anyway, we had ended up with at least 22 people that went around, 22 cars that went around the farmer's market. And when we got back to the church, and maybe that's where the people got in front of the lead car. And then we went around, let's see, about half a mile up into a neighborhood in the west. And then we went across, then we went down the street a bit and on Hackett and came back down and went back over the river again. Because we're right on the Rock River. So went across the river and down by, first we were downtown and then we went out into the neighborhoods. And I think there were some young NAACP youth people that I think were going out into the neighborhoods too and stopped. That's what I read somewhere. I didn't get to meet them. And everybody was kind of running around putting last minute touches on their car when I got there. So anyway, it was good. And we ended up with, Greg said that they saw 20 cars go by. And I know there was at least 2 that dropped out. So earlier, but they were there, for the main part. So it was very good.
Well, that was beautiful description. And you did try to tune in. I remember seeing your name, but for some reason the connection didn't seem to make it, or maybe I fell short of not in a minute.
I don't know how to do it on my phone. It wasn't making. I didn't know how to connect with audio, and I thought, well, maybe I'm doing video, and I was playing it out. I don't know.
That's okay. Now, did you pass by any early voting locations to see whether people were voting and what kinds of lines?
Oh, well, we were close to one, but we were still, I guess we were half a block away. So we've only got the one early voting. It's at the city hall. So okay. We did go by it. Yeah, we did go by it, but we weren't really next to it, so we couldn't tell.
Yeah, we're seeing line. Go ahead.
Oh, they had 350 or 400, I guess it was, vote the very first day. But one thing that people are doing is they've already voted absentee.
Yes.
And then they come in and say, I want to vote early. I don't know if they've changed their vote or what, but and then they were trying to convince them, well, you don't need to because you've already voted. So then the people, if they wanted to have their vote that day, which isn't really early voting, it's still early absentee. I mean, it's still absentee. You have to still fill out the forms for the absentee part. It's the same. Anyway, then the poor election officer people were having to invalidate the one that had already come in earlier on the mail and then validate the one that they were doing that day. But they had like 400 the first day.
Oh, that's fantastic. And what you just described was really important. And it really, I think, underscores the enthusiasm that people have. My wife and I just cast our vote by mail ballot. I didn't put it back into the mail. We went to a drop-off place and did it together. And I actually made a little video of it.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, and I'm encouraging people to take a video or a picture and post the fact that they just voted, and just to flood our Facebook pages and Twitters and Instagrams with just messaging people each other about, I did it, I voted. What you mentioned was really important, and I said, oh my goodness, I cast my ballot, but I want to vote in person. And you did the right thing by mentioning that if that's going to happen, the poll people have to cancel out your first ballot so that you don't vote twice. And,
right, and that's a lot of work for everybody.
That's a lot of work. And I think, if we could get people to sort of celebrate this vote by posting it, just a picture themselves. They don't have to do a video or anything, and then ask everybody to post it. So we could just light up our Facebook pages with everybody saying we voted. And I'm so excited.
Our daughter was here. You saw her this morning, Crystal. Her friend called her last night and told her she voted. So she was doing what you said. Good, you've got more people. So I don't know how to give you the pictures of our crew, but you know, and then we went out to the league put a big billboard that we spent like $800 on. I think it was 800. Out on the main drag we've got that goes in and out of town on Milwaukee Avenue, and it just says vote and then myvote.org and the League of Women Voters Beloit underneath it. So we took a picture of 4 of us went over and did that.
That's
at the end.
Yeah, and
or 5 of us went over and did that.
I'm looking forward to the ideas you were just talking, that people are taking pictures galore, having participated in this car caravan. And if we can get people to contribute their pictures, we can put together a really fun collage of what we've done together throughout this entire state. I've got Holly on the phone now, on the Zoom. Hi, Holly.
Hi. I just got home. I tried to log in at one point when we were parked and switching to our different neighborhoods, but I realized I was waiting and my phone was going to not survive.
Battery charge, huh?
Yes, but I did take a lot of pictures. I just heard you saying that I will send. I just posted them to my regular Facebook, but I will send them. Do I send them directly to you or to Tim or?
Well, yeah, I think we'll probably our next core team meeting. Have you been joining those team meetings?
I have not. I've been just nuts with work, and that's why I was so glad someone else sort of took the ball and ran with this event. We probably had 30 some cars, and I just talked to the Beloit people too, and they had a great event. So,
did you talk to Ellen?
Yeah, just Facebook back and forth. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I'm from there too. So Ellen is better technologically than I am. So I hope she's able to download the pictures. I don't know. My husband was trying to help me, and then he got a phone call, and so he could just post them on Facebook or something. Maybe, I don't know.
That's what I did.
Yeah.
And then eventually we'll figure out, like you said, how to make a collage. I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, I think maybe we'll figure where to send them or how. But maybe ask people to pick, out of all the photographs they did, pick their 10 best ones.
And Holly, you're in Madison?
I have too many.
No, Janesville.
Oh, you're in Janesville.
You're Janesville, Beloit, Milwaukee.
Well, in Janesville, they were complicated. You guys were doing 3. They did. I don't know if you could go to their webpage, but they, Daniel, but they had 3, and the league was on the league's page. It was on the League of Women Voters, Janesville, and and you have to kind of go through it. There's a home there, and toward the bottom of the homepage, it has the 3 parade routes. And I was like, oh my God, it's so complicated.
It was
Did it work? Did it work?
Yeah. Well, I mean, my route went well. We had, I think we were the smallest group. We had 5 that went down to South Janesville, and all these neighborhoods I've never even been in. So I was like, wow, this is different. Because I live in Milton, actually. So I'm a little bit further north, but that was fun and beautiful day for it. Gorgeous trees everywhere. The colors are amazing. So I think it was really excellent.
It's like the heavens opened up, because it was raining and even snowing the last couple of days. And I think it's going to turn again a little tomorrow or so. But the heavens just opened up.
That's great.
So when you guys went, you had 5 in yours, and you said 40 altogether?
Somewhere I didn't have time to count all of them. They were parked in odd ways. So I think there was at least 30. I'm not sure exactly. And I think somebody from the league was actually doing the count. So the official count.
So Lisa Johnson.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, we ended up with 22 at the largest group, I think. That's
good still. Yeah.
Fabulous.
I'm excited to learn more about other groups, and I'm gonna take a quick break, go shopping and go grocery shopping and stuff, and then you're gonna meet at 2 again for the press.
take a break, but please call back.
Okay.
And
I think I'll take a
otherwise
break.
I'm here alone and I don't have anybody to talk
Kind
to.
of boring, kind of boring if you're by yourself.
And
Right.
but Holly, before you leave,
Yes.
Susan, I asked Susan if your caravan or parade passed any of the early voting places and whether you had any sense of the size of the turnout in the Janesville area.
I did not see. We did not go directly by the city hall. We were near there, but we kept kind of taking the route down to where we were going to split up and navigate. We should have. That would have been a smart idea. We did not do that,
Do you
unfortunately.
have any, what's your local news? Any talking about how well the turnout is going on in Janesville?
You know, I think it's going well. I think it's really going well. I don't run the numbers off the top of my head.
Sure.
But I mean, that's what gives me a lot of hope is people all over the country are coming out in droves way early. So this is really exciting.
Yeah, when they're talking about nationally anyways, the totals are almost approaching what the early voting was for the entire 2016 election.
Oh, good.
Wow.
It's amazing. And this is so much what democracy looks like.
That is right.
And
Grassroots.
that's sort of what I've been saying to the viewers, that I know the amount of work that you and everyone has put into not only this caravan parade, but all the other get out the vote and promoting democracy. And I know what you're doing. I'm humbled by your hard work and the beautiful results that you're producing. It's just
Well,
it's stunning.
we all wish we could do more, but together we are really doing something. So
Yeah.
Absolutely. Everyone, all of us, what we're doing individually and the little impacts that we're having, the sum total, all of that is necessary, but the sum total is going to be what is sufficient to really turn things around. And we're all part of that process. And I'm just proud to be with you. And
Wow.
to share what you're doing with, I'm looking over on my other screen. I actually got another screen here. And this is the Building Unity Facebook page. And
there are
sometimes I
people all
forget
over,
myself
right?
when I'm watching us on Facebook rather than.
Well, we are high tech nowadays for sure. So
Right.
Well, we're
Did you
getting
get in
there.
the paper, in your paper, in the Gazette? Did the parade get in there?
you know, I have been out of it so much. I'm sure if somebody put in there. But,
Yeah, probably for this. I mean, after the fact, hopefully they'll maybe.
Oh
we
yeah,
had
yeah.
we had a
have
reporter
somebody covering it.
Good.
Yeah.
We had a reporter too. We got news coverage on Tuesday, so that helped, I think. And then, but we had lots of other groups that were there. It was League and Beloit Together and Beloit Immigration Task Force and various things. So, okay, I'll let Tim
All right,
take on.
Before you
he's
get
waiting.
off, I got Tim. Tim is
Oh,
joining us now.
all right.
I got Matt Mixon joining us.
Oh, great.
So, hi, Tim. Hi, hi, Jane. Oh,
Oh, there he is.
there he is. And he's in the vote mobile. Go ahead. I'm going to spotlight you, Tim. All right, Tim, you're spotlighted.
All right, Dan. It's a good thing I brought my co-pilot and best friend with me, because I would be in a mess of hurt if Jane wasn't helping me with all the filming and the plugging in. I'm losing power. She's plugging me into her power pack. It's harder than I thought.
It takes a team.
It takes.
That's right.
Who's on the line with us? I'm driving, as you can probably see. Jane can show out the window the turf we're covering.
All right, Susan. say
Yeah,
hi.
I'm here from Beloit, and we finished ours, and then we went and took a picture by our big billboard.
Holly, say hi.
Excellent. And hi, Tim. It's Holly.
Holly. Yay. So I got Beloit and Janesville on the line, huh?
And we got Matthew from Milwaukee.
Matthew Mix.
Hey, everybody.
Mixon.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hi, Matthew.
Hi.
I got to
Right.
stay on.
Did you already do yours, Matthew? Did you already do your parade?
Well, I was at the Capitol Drive event that Tim just left, And
Oh,
Dan,
okay.
I've got some photos queued up in your email. If you click it, you can share screen, and you'll
All right,
even see a little bit of Tim talking.
If you stay on for a while, I'll get to that. I've got Tim. Tim is spotlighted. Tim, where you're driving out, I love this view going down the street as Jane holds the camera. Tim isn't holding the camera.
No.
Thank goodness, right.
So Tim, tell us a little bit about fantastic program there. You did great camera work. And where are you headed now to?
We're heading to the Clinton Rose Senior Center on Martin Luther King Jr. Drive. And that stop, we're going to be joined by some Southside dignitaries, as well as our senator from the North Side, Lena Taylor, is going to be there.
Oh, great.
And we are going to be listening to some speeches. We also have a guest performer, a gospel singer, Milwaukee's own Curtis Eubanks is going to play some music. And then we're going to head over to the South Side. So right now we're heading down Lisbon Avenue in Milwaukee. We've got a caravan of about 6 cars behind us, and it's been just a beautiful day. I couldn't have asked for better conditions. The sun's breaking through now and then. It's chilly, but we didn't get any rain. We've got some sunshine here and there. People have been very receptive. A lot of excitement about voting here in Milwaukee. I really think we're going to turn out to vote like never before. So
I sure hope so.
How did things go in Beloit and Janesville?
Well, we had 22 cars in total. By the end, it was 20.
That's awesome. That is unbelievable.
And we got the newspaper. We went around the farmers market. People weren't honking their horns as much as they should have been, but went around the farmers market, and then we went up into some one residential, and then crossed the river and went to another. We went by my house, and my husband, our daughter, took a bunch of pictures. But I'm trying to know how to get them to you, but my husband was trying to give them to me in email, and he can only do it text message, and I don't know. I think I'll have him put it on his Facebook, and you can grab them off of there or something. I don't know how else to do it.
Holly,
that works. That works.
Okay.
Share with Tim what's going on in Janesville.
I think we had probably 30 cars. I'm not sure who did the official count, but it was a really good turnout, and we split off into 3 groups to 3 different neighborhoods. And so I took the south side. We had 5 cars. I think most people didn't go all that way south, but it was really excellent. We were honking, and other people were waving at us and honking, and we had all decorated. I was a little bit light on the decorations myself, but we had a lot of people that brought balloons, and it was a great collective effort. So
that's wonderful, Holly. So
yeah.
Holly and Susan, you guys really made it happen in Rock County. Rock County was well represented in the Pack the Polls parades, and I'm so proud that we are building unity with the League of Women Voters, with the Rock County Progressives. What other groups got involved in this parade down in Rock County?
I'd have to look back at my Facebook, because I remember seeing I saw at least 4 different groups. I forget all the different groups now. But I'm not in the organized state at the moment. My phone's all plugged in, so I'm just standing here. But I will check back with you guys when you get to your new site, because I'd love to hear some of the speeches and the singers. So
yeah, Tim, what time will that be, so Holly knows?
We will get things rolling no later than 1 o'clock, probably 1:45. We're running a little late here, so hopefully we'll get there just in time for things to show up. I want to point out that we're also pulling by, Holly, you'll appreciate knowing this, that we're pulling through the Milwaukee Stand for Peace corner. Stand for Peace has been vigiling on the corner of on corners throughout Milwaukee since the Gulf War.
Tim, have Jane show us through the window. Have Jane show us the video.
Okay, well, we're not there yet, but
Okay.
When we get there, for sure, Jane will be aiming out the window. So that's going to be at the corner of Martin Luther King Jr. Drive, or I should say Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Drive and North Avenue.
North
And
Avenue.
then we'll head a little north from there up to the Clinton Rose Senior Center, where early voting will be happening, and we'll have the speeches and the little performance by Curtis Eubanks. I sure hope he shows up. I'm sure he will. And then we're going to head to the south side, where there'll be a press conference at 2:00.
Oh, right. All right. Well, I will pop in and out a couple times, and in between, go get some groceries and grade some papers.
Let me just emphasize. As you pop in and out, you really are contributing to the sense of community here, so that you can see on the screen. To me, it's just so joyful to be able to watch the video, the caravan going down the street while we're talking about what was going on in Beloit and Janesville.
Yes.
And this is the power of this crazy technology here. Susan, you look like you want to say something.
Oh, well, I was just saying, I was going to say, my husband was trying to get in to show you the video of our cars going by, and he kept waiting for the host, and the host didn't let him in. So I don't know if we have the waiting room thing or.
Yeah,
or...
no, it's I didn't see him waiting. So
yeah. So anyway,
likely
then
it was me, and it got so many things I can pay attention to, and that breaks my heart. Because
they should have somebody, or you
here.
shouldn't. Maybe you could have. I don't know if you can set it up now, but set it up where there's no waiting room at all. I don't know if you can do it after the fact. I don't know.
Yeah, that was. Anyway, well, Dan, what you could do is make sure your participants window is open on the side. And then
yeah, I've got that.
Too many screens and
too many screens and a participant.
It's all challenging.
Yeah. So
great job, everybody.
Yeah. Okay, Holly. We'll see you in a little bit, but call in, and I'll do a better job of watching the waiting room.
Okay. All right. Take care.
I got Justice coming in now from up north.
I'm gonna go. I gotta plant my tulip, my daffodil bulbs before they rot. So, or before.
All right, but join in later on if you.
I'll join in later on. I guess I'll say goodbye.
Bye bye.
We had like 4 groups, so at least 4.
Like Tim and Building Unity are live on Facebook with this. I'm in the Zoom.
Oh, okay. I was watching a little bit earlier this morning. They were live and they were driving in.
Okay, yeah, looks like that's what they're doing now. They're driving.
Yeah, Justice.
Live.
Do you have a video for you?
And he's asking for a video.
Yeah, beautiful. Justice, welcome. You're live now on Zoom, and we're streaming to several Facebook pages. Tell us, I'm going to spotlight you, and tell us what's going on.
Yeah, so we're here in Green Bay. The crowd's building, small crowd, socially distanced. We got a little music going in the background. People are decorating their cars. All voting themed, making sure people get out the vote. Got my brother's car here. We got powwow the vote on this one. So we're keeping it low key, just a handful of people, everybody driving their own cars. We're all masked up, of course. And yeah, just enjoying the time here, socially distanced, interacting with other people, little music going.
Justice, you're with the Menominee community. Say a few words about what you're doing, your activism, your leadership that you're doing is just phenomenal. Share with us a little bit of that.
Yeah, so I'm working with Wisconsin Conservation Voices, Native Vote program. So we're working on getting out the vote in Native communities. I'm covering Oneida. It's been difficult with COVID and all, having to change up everything. We're delivering care packages out in Oneida on Monday. All get out the vote themed, making sure people vote early, know what they'll need when they show up at the polling places. They'll just need an ID, a tribal ID will work. If you're not registered, you'll just need a proof of residency document, so a utility bill, a bank statement, and early voting's open in Wisconsin now. It started on the 20th and it goes up until Election Day. So any weekday, a lot of places on the weekends, you can go down to your voting location and vote any day now. So beat the lines, get out there and vote early.
That's fabulous. How many cars were in your parade?
We're setting up now. People are decorating their cars. We have 7 vehicles here now. People are trickling in. And we plan on starting up the parade in the next half hour sometime.
Fantastic. What you described and what we've seen in other locations is the intersection between our efforts to get out the vote and all the other social services that are being provided by our various communities in this COVID time, and people losing their jobs and the like, so that there's really a great intersection here between how getting out the vote is tied into making sure that everyone is served by our democracy. And I really think this is really a powerful image of what democracy looks like in this era of COVID.
Hey, Dan.
Tim, please.
Yeah, hey, Justin, I wanted to say hey to you. Great work in Green Bay. I know you might need to go because you're organizing things and handling a lot, but I wanted to say I'm so very proud to be associated with you and the work that you do in northern Wisconsin around the Native vote and around other progressive causes. You're involved in so much, and thank you for helping to be the one of the lead organizers in Green Bay and with the Oneida people to make sure that we pack the polls right. Dan, I want to let you know that I'm gonna go by the peace thing now.
Oh, this is great.
Yeah, and I'm gonna say hey to the Stand for Peace folks with my microphone.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
So we're gonna be saying peace. What do we want? Peace. What do we want? Peace. When do we want it? Now. Vote for peace, everybody. Thank you, Milwaukee Stand for Peace. Thank you, Peace Action Wisconsin. Thank you, all you beautiful peace activists. You are getting out the vote. You are rocking peace. You are keeping peace on the ballot, and we love you. Stand for peace. We love what you're doing. Keep the vigil alive. Keep hope alive. Keep voting. Thank you, Stand for Peace. We love you.
Great work, Tim. That was fantastic. How many people are our cars in the parade also going through the intersection?
Yeah, the cars in the parade are beeping their horns at Stand for Peace. So Stand for Peace is getting a big shout out now as we head to Clinton Rose.
Yeah, I know you're not far away.
No.
And you know, you're pretty close to where I'm at right now.
Well, yeah, we're driving through your neighborhood.
Right through my living room here.
all this TV, the TV picture and the sound and all of that goes up to space, and then it comes back down to you, and you and I are just a few blocks away.
That's right.
So am I talking too loud?
No, you're doing good.
Okay.
All right.
So Justin, are you still online?
Justice is muted. Oh, there he is. Justice, go ahead.
Justice.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, Justice. Who else is there?
We got 2, 4, 6, 8 people. 7 cars. I rode with my brother who lives in the house, same house as me. So we're keeping it a small gathering here. Making sure everybody's masked up. Making sure they're keeping their distance. And we're talking about getting going in the next, like maybe 10 minutes. We're riding through the streets real slow, making noise. I got a megaphone, be honking the horns. Got lots of signs, lots of red, white, and blue balloons. Got bolts on all these cars, so making sure people know what we're out here for, making sure people get out and vote.
Justice, can I ask you a question? If you have in your car a second person who could call in to the Zoom and give us some video while you're driving around?
Yeah, I have him driving so that I can use the megaphone. I can be on my phone while I'm doing that too.
That would be really powerful, because having multiple views of different parts of the state is just really another graphic way of showing how we're building unity across this state. It's really fantastic. So either stay on, or if you have to go, come back when you can show us some of that action from the car.
All right. Well, I'll go get this started, and I'll be back on when we're on the road.
And I will watch for the waiting room. I got to remember to do that. Okay. Watch for you, guy. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. All right, folks, this is Dan Folkman. We're live streaming, and we've got Diane from, what is it, Kenosha, Diane? She's still, the connection is coming through. Tim, we've got Diane Lang signing on.
Good. Can you hear me still?
We can hear you, yes.
All right. Well, we're about to get to our destination, but I lost much of my parade at the lights there. I went through the lights and lost some of them. So I'm pulling over here so that we can all enter our next stop together.
Beautiful. Yeah.
And I got my microphones ready because I want to be projecting from the vote-mobile that we are here to pack the polls and bring some excitement to voting. Okay, my crew is coming.
Very good.
And just stay with us here.
All right.
All right.
And I got Diane Lang trying to connect with us. Diane, can you hear us yet?
This is what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. We got to get out and vote, people. We got to make our voices heard. We're tying up the traffic a little here, but we're going to pull over into the right lane and bring our parade here into Clinton Rose and have a little early voting celebration. Hopefully we'll find a little bit of a program going on, or we'll make one. Let's get out the vote, people. Everybody's got to vote. Welcome to one of Milwaukee's early voting sites. We are the Pack the Polls Parade, and we're here to make sure that we raise some excitement for voting. Thank you, people, for coming out and voting. Vote early. Get everybody you know voting early. Thank you so much. And I'm going to pull the vote-mobile over here. And hopefully there will be no objections, even though this is really a no parking area. Yep, the parade is coming in behind us. I'll go over to the corner of the parking lot here. It looks like nothing's set up yet, but we'll get things set up shortly. Dan, I'm gonna turn off for now and get back with you in just a little bit because I gotta park this thing and that takes both hands. So,
Okay, sir, and I'll be watching for the for you in the waiting room. I promise.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So again, Dan Folkman here. If you've just tuned in on Facebook, just found us, we've been live streaming since 9 o'clock this morning. I've been able to sneak away every once in a while, get another cup of coffee, get a sandwich, but I've been hosting the live stream since 9 o'clock. It's now almost 1. And as 1 o'clock approaches, the idea is we'll be getting people from all the other locations that are participating in this car caravan program. And for the next hour, we should and hopefully be hearing from people throughout the state. And let me just give you a sense of how many participating locations are currently doing car caravanning for voting. We've got Madison, we've got Milwaukee, we've got River Falls, we've got Green Bay, Pittsburgh, we've got Sun Prairie, we've got the Menominee Community Reservation, we've got counties, Rock County, we've got Beloit, Racine, Kenosha, we've got Milwaukee County, and there are many more that are right now engaged in the car caravan parade. And we're live streaming those events when people call in from their different locations and share with us what they're doing, what they did, what they're seeing, and equally important, if not more important, what they're feeling about our expression of democracy. Building unity, our mission is to promote unity around the issues of peace, justice, sustainability, and democracy. Tim, our executive director, likes to emphasize that we're not a new organization. We're about building unity across the existing organizations and people far and wide that find a calling of coming together around the values of peace, justice, sustainability, and democracy. I like to say, and I've been saying it all morning, this is what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like in the age of COVID and in the age of the cry and demand for social justice in the name of our economy being in a very stressed state with businesses trying to come back, trying to reopen, and yet dealing with what is remaining to be a very major COVID crisis. We're headed towards even more cases of people catching it, our hospitals being overworked, and sadly, the deaths that keep piling up. This is what democracy looks like in the age of COVID, in the age of climate change. It's building unity, finding common ground among all of us, no matter our race, gender, creed. We can find unity around peace, justice, sustainability, and democracy. So thanks for tuning in, and share this live stream with your friends on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, other platforms, so that you're making the connection and helping us to promote our growing unity across this state. And we've got viewers from all over the country and even beyond. So this is the power of social networking. So thanks for tuning in. Again, Dan Folkman with Building Unity. I'm live on Building Unity Facebook page, and share this. What's coming up in the next hour is having a space on Zoom where our different communities that are participating in this event can call in and share with us and each other what's going on. So I'm watching and looking for people who will start calling in. Okay, I got Tim here. All right. Tim is joining us again.
Working on a song that goes with stopping violence, ending violence in our community. And one of the lines in the song says, something like, I don't even know the line in the song, but it's something like this, like, if we want change, we gotta start with us.
Yeah.
Today is about us starting with us. You have an opportunity to go out and early vote. We're in the middle of a pandemic. So it may be difficult for you to go out and vote on election day, but you can vote today. You can go and early vote today. There is no line. You can go and cast your ballot for healthcare, cast your ballot for social justice, cast your ballot for equality, cast your ballot for women to have a right to choose what happens to their body. Cast your ballot for us to move forward, not backwards. Not backwards for women, not backwards for people of color, not backwards for individuals fighting for social justice, not backwards. I mean, come on. Even our motto in Wisconsin is what? Forward. So today is about casting your ballot early, because we know that things can happen. But let me tell you what we also know, that each one of us has to reach for somebody and take somebody. Yeah. That's our responsibility. So those of you who are out here to be a part of the caravan in order to bring attention to the need for people to early vote, thank you. Those of you who are watching online and watching on Facebook, share it wide and far, that people can go and early vote today at Clinton Road. I just left.
It is that we're headed to.
They have
our line.
hot food,
I'm right
cold
behind.
food,
You know where it is?
Well, a flag, buttons.
Well, see, I don't know how the districts are
They got
being handed out, but
everything
each
over
line
at
is
Midtown.
going to a different
We're about to
district.
leave
We're
here
going to
and
District
head
8.
to yet
Okay.
So I'm asking you where District 8
to
is
encourage they
approximately.
can come
Yeah.
out and early
Well,
vote.
I
You
think
are
it
watching
is
by
close
Facebook.
to the
You can join the caravan, and I'm going to let the organizers speak to that. But I just wanted to come out and make sure that I made it clear that in the midst of an extremely busy day, I literally have 5 food trucks out with 1,200 boxes on each truck around the state of Wisconsin. In Kenosha, 4 in Milwaukee, or 5 in Milwaukee. Anyway, it's too many this morning for me to remember. And I'm managing that, but I had to stop to come and say that it is crucial that we early vote. It is crucial that we each one are part of encouraging others. And most important, it's crucial that we vote our values so we can move our nation forward. God bless you all, and thank you so much. That's what I'm talking about.
We'd like to thank Senator Taylor for those words and encouraging us to. I feel cold. She feel it. They'll let you know she care about us, right? She care about every life, right? So I appreciate her. we got some more. So thank you, Senator Taylor. And thank you all for coming out here. This is so important. And we are building unity on the south side. We are still caravanning. We're going towards the south side. So we have some organizers here. That are going to take us on to the south side. And I appreciate everyone. And like she said, she could have been anywhere, but she thought it was that important to come out and talk to whoever's here to tell you to early vote and take someone with you to vote. So we're going to have our famous artist here. He's going to come up and he's going to bless us. He's going to bless us, and we're so glad that he's here. We thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to bless us with your voice. Thank you so much.
Woo! Somebody say change is coming.
Change is
coming. So excited to be here. So excited to see everybody coming together and just really making a difference. It's really a blessing. And everybody's part is so important. So don't think that your part is not important. Just letting even your family know it's so good, all right? Yesterday, a man said to me, he said, how can you smile when your world is crumbling down? And I said, he is my teacher. When I want to cry, hold on, just look at the beautiful sky and hold on. Change is coming, hold on. Don't worry about a thing, hold on. Letting you know you can make it, hold on. Don't worry about a thing. Some people like to cry. Some people like to worry. Some people like to hide away from the pain inside. Now it's your business. Do what you want to do. But if it doesn't work out, here's what you want to do. I say, hold on. Hold on. Change is coming. Change is coming. Just hold on. Hold on. Don't worry about a thing. Hold on. You can make it. Say, hold on. Everything will be all right. When the troubles of life try to weigh you down, just lift your head. When the love you seek, when the love you seek seems so hard to find, don't give up. Just be strong and keep the faith. Hold on. Hold on. Change is coming. Hold on. Don't you worry about a thing. Hold on. You can make it. Hold on. Hey, don't worry about a thing. Change is coming. This next song talks about, thank you. This next song talks about we needing each other. Why don't you look at somebody across from where you are and say, I need you. I need you. I need you. And then tell them you need me. You need me as well. All right? I need you. You need me. We're all a part of God's body. Stand with me. Agree with me. We're all a part of God's body. It is His will that every need be supplied. You are important to me, and I need you to survive. Why don't you point to tell somebody? You are important to me. I need you to survive. Oh, and I need you. You need me. You're all a part of God's body. stand with me. Sometimes we gotta agree to disagree. You're all a part of God's body. It is His will that every need be supplied. That's why we got food trucks everywhere, right? It is His will that every need be supplied. You are important to me, and I need you to survive. You are important to me, and I need you to survive. So I pray for you, you pray for me. I love you, I need you to survive. I won't harm you with words from my mouth. I love you, I need you to survive. I pray for you, you pray for me. I love you and I need you to survive. I won't harm you with words from my mouth. I love you and I need you to survive. I pray for you. Make it your business to pray for me. I love you. I need you to survive. I won't harm you with words from my mouth. I love you. I need you to survive. It is His will that every need be supplied. You are important to me, and I need you to survive. Point to somebody one more time. Tell them, you are important to me. I need you to survive. I love you. I need you all to survive. We got this together, yo.
Yes. So pro.
Thank you. Eubanks.
Yes.
Let's give it up for Curtis Eubanks. All right. That was beautiful. That was so very beautiful. I gotta just tell you, when I met Curtis, I met him at the state capitol about a year and a half ago when way back before COVID, when you could just walk up to a stranger and say, "Oh my God, that was beautiful," and you get right in their face, and you could say, "Boy, you touched me with your voice, your message. It touched me, and I'm trying to build a movement that brings us all together. Curtis, would you be interested in helping?" And he looked in my eyes and he said, "You bet." And I called Curtis when we started this tour. It was before COVID. Before COVID, we bought this RV and we were going to move all around Wisconsin. And I called Curtis and I said, "Curtis, we're going to kick this off in Milwaukee in a couple weeks. Could you sing for us?" And we put together a quick concert. Curtis said yes. He says yes every time I ask him. All right. He says yes. I'm for unity. And then COVID hit. We shut it down. The concert was canceled. And I want you to know, Curtis has been with us every time we ask. He says yes, and he brings beautiful voice. Yes. Thank you, Curtis. I'm so proud and pleased that you're part of the Building Unity movement. So we got to come together, all colors of the rainbow, LGBTQ plus people, immigrants, the poor, the rich, all people. Our planet is dying. People are dying, and this is not the way we were meant to be on the planet. I want to thank our South Side Organizing Committee. I want to thank the Layton Boulevard West neighbors who now have a new name. Does anybody from Layton want to come up and tell us your new name? All right, Keven, come on up. Tell us your new name. Thank you.
So happy to be here. Very excited to see everyone come together. Like Tim said, being able to go through the north side all the way to the south side, so that we're all in this together. So yeah, we're formerly known as LBWN, but we've changed our name to VIA, so it's a lot simpler to say, easier to remember. So moving forward, if you ever hear VIA, that's us. So thank you very much for having us.
Thank you, Keven.
To end voter suppression, to end
this terrible suppression and disenfranchisement that we've been seeing over these last few months with these elections. We are absolutely here to unite against that. Although I am here representing myself as a Milwaukee native, born and raised Southsider, I know that my organization, Southside Organizing Center, believes in this as well. So thank you all so much for being here, and we look forward to taking this to the Southside. Yes!
All right. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to imply that Southside Organizing Committee was here, but you, Gabe, as an individual, are so with us in building unity. Now we know that we got to get over to a press conference on the South Side, but we got a couple more speakers, so we're going to ask you to be brief so we can get this show on the road. I'm going to turn it over to our MC, Tynnetta Jackson with Souls. Give it up for Tynnetta.
I met this young man somewhat time ago, I think back in 2012. We didn't stay in touch, but we came back and out in the community, we got in touch again and he started working on things in a community that I was like, yeah, we Souls need to be a part of that. And so he's doing some great work in the community. I want him to talk about his project that he's working on and talk about what he's been doing. He got a couple of things he's been doing. I left Wisconsin and was watching him as I was out of state, the things that he's doing, and I was just so proud to be know him. And we're gonna continue. Souls is gonna continue to work with him. Also, would like to thank my pastor from Providence and his wife for coming out and supporting us. Our pastor from King Solomon, who is my co-director, he's here as well. But Pastor Charles Watkins, and thank him for continuing to be on this journey. My son. There you go. He hung in there with me. I appreciate that. But we're gonna bring Tracey Dent up. And let's talk about that project. We want to support him. He's been doing a lot of talking about violence and things of that nature. And I need him to talk to us so that we can support him in his project.
All right, Tracy. Hi, everybody. But the word for today, or phrase for today, is vote early. Yes. Vote now. Yeah. Now, someone mentioned about South Side and North Side. There's only one side, and that's Milwaukee side. Yeah. We are unified today. We are unified tomorrow. We are unified for change. Yeah. And that's why it's important. It is very important that we make our voice heard. Get out and vote. It's so important. Milwaukee itself is in the top 5 in some of the worst categories in the nation. This is another reason why it is important to vote. Make your voice heard. We want change. We are the change. The community is the change. All right. Yeah. Curtis talk about change is coming soon. Change is right now. Yeah. Right now. Because it's about diversity. It's about unity. It's about us coming together and getting out and vote. And I want to say thank you for all the organizers for coming out here and encouraging people to vote. Yeah. It is very important. We are at the most critical time in our life in the U.S. history. This is so critical that we need to make our voice heard. Now, I want to talk about a project that I'm working on right now. And basically, it is a Stop the Violence song. And the song, our target audience is the people who are committing the crime. You know, we want to let them know that we're tired of the violence in our city. Yeah. Believe it or not, Milwaukee is right now at a pace to have the most murders ever in the history of Milwaukee. Wow. The most shootings ever in the history of Milwaukee. That's why it's always important for us to have unity. Always important for us to come together for change. Because we have to work together. If we don't, nothing will change. So like I said today,
phrase is vote early, vote now. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. Hey, folks, we got a press conference on the south side. Please, at 2 o'clock in Burnham Park. So please get in line behind the boatmobile. Do we have anybody else that needs to speak, Tynnetta? Are we good? All right. Thank you for coming out. Get behind the boatmobile and follow us to Burnham Park on the south side. Let's build unity.
Well, hi, everybody. I don't know what happened.
Hello.
Unmute yourselves and we can have a little conversation here.
All right, that was inspiring.
Holly, yeah, and Janice, why don't we hear from Holly? No, Janice, we haven't heard from you at all. Say where you're from, and
yeah, I'm
words.
a Green Bay. I'm a Green Bay person. I helped organize the Building Unity parade caravan, but I'm in day 9 of a new hip, and so I've got an ice pack on my left hip.
Oh boy!
And my heart and my soul are with my friends over at 1313 Main Street. And I feel so lucky and blessed to know Tim. Tim is the one, he's my bro, and he's the one that really is helping. Well, we all are, I believe, but he's doing it. And I'm all in, peeps. I'm in as I can be. So.
Well, bless you. And day 9 of a new hip.
Day 9. I'm using my walker, and day 9. Pretty soon I'll get the staples out, and I'll be able to really roll. You know.
Well, Janice, I'm with you. I had mine done in June, so I'm a bionic woman now.
Did it work out for you so far?
Yes, absolutely. You know, the main thing, of course, is all those exercises. So we just keep on going, and we're really grateful to have you here so quickly. Oh my goodness.
Well, Holly, my heart is with you and my Unitarian Universalist and Democratic and League of Women Voters people, and it's really huge. It's big. You guys, I'm so nervous and fearful. I feel like I've taken resiliency to the nth degree because we've got our national world things. I've got my personal thing, and I have a sister dying. She's in hospice, and I can't go because she's in Santa Cruz. So I feel like I've drawn too much out of my resiliency account, and I need to. This event today is helping to refill it.
Very good, Janice. This is wonderful.
Namaste.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much.
Oh.
And your resilience is just beaming across the stage right now, because the fact that you're here with us is just absolutely wonderful. So thank you so much.
I will just say always and always.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's hear from Suzie. Suzie, we've not seen you yet. So tell us who you are. And I've got other people I'm admitting. So please, Suzie.
Hi, I'm a friend of Tim's, and we've been hauling the boatmobile around. So, but I don't feel like going out today. So I'm kind of missing it. And I didn't know what would be virtual.
We got to be at Burnham by 2 for a press.
Yeah, well, this is, we're all playing our part, and a real important part would be share what you're watching right now with your social networks. So that's a real powerful act that you can do, and then just a click away. Suzie, tell us where you're from.
I live in Middleton.
Middleton.
Yep. Yeah. Hi. Yeah. So where everybody else from the local area?
I'm from Janesville.
Oh, really? Okay. So we were down in Jamestown to move the boatmobile from Jamestown to Racine.
Over to Racine, right.
Building Unity.
Yeah, my husband
Oh,
can drive it.
So there's people
Wow.
from Janesville and
You know,
Middleton.
that's a big thing to drive, so.
Yeah, it seemed like forever, but yeah. So how is the parade gone so far today? Does anybody know?
Well, let's see. Holly, you could say a few words because you've been part of the parade. I've got other people joining in.
Yeah, I won't take too much time. We just had about 30 people or 30 cars. And we went to 3 different neighborhoods. We had lots of good responses from people honking at us and waving and decorations galore. So I think we made a big splash.
Great, very good.
Very good, very good. If we've got people, if you could turn on your cameras, because it'd be nice to be able to see faces if you're comfortable with that. Marieta, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. If you, why don't you introduce yourself, where you're from, and
Can you see me?
we can't see you. You don't have your camera on.
Okay, well, that's, I did not intend to be the contact person. I'm calling from Kenosha, and we are hoping to be starting out soon.
Yeah, I don't get video. So.
All right.
The meeting host will let you in soon.
Do you know how to turn a camera on in a cell phone?
Sure.
Welcome to technology.
Yeah.
There you are. Fantastic.
Okay, is that any better?
Oh, much better. Go ahead. And
okay. I asked him. It always helps. Yes. So we have a few people standing around the dairy table here, and we have.
Yeah, you have to wait.
Hoping for to be joining us. There were some Biden supporters here a few minutes ago that made their own car caravan, and they took off.
Well, that's what it's all about, getting out the vote. Yep.
Right. They would have liked to join us, and we said, no, not unless you take your Biden signs off. So they went and did their own parade.
Oh, yeah.
Hi, Susie.
Oh, yeah. Hi. Hi, Tim.
Nice of you to join the parade from home. I'm so glad you're here.
Yeah, I have a runny nose and I don't want to come out. So.
Did you tell people that you are one of the few people besides me that've been moving the vote more?
Yes. Yeah. Yes, she has.
Hi, Tim.
Tim, everybody's singing your praise in terms of how much you mean to them and how much building unity.
Well, I wish I could do more. Yeah.
Well, we're so proud of our building unity team. It's growing by the minute. The building unity team is growing.
Great.
It's growing.
I don't know how they can hear us though. I just raised my hand.
Everybody understands how important it is that we come together. Who's that?
Marieta.
Hi, Marieta. How did it go in Kenosha today?
I don't know. I just raised my hand. So.
It's Portia.
Oh, Portia. Hi, Portia. How's it going, Portia?
My fingertips are We're standing out in the cold. We haven't started yet. We think some people are going to be coming. We have maybe 10 people here and a couple of cars. So we haven't started yet, but we hope to get going in the next 20 minutes or so.
All right. Very good. Well, we're all trying, we're all learning, and we're all growing together. So we didn't have quite the turnout we hoped for, but the people who did show up were so full of love. It's so full of hope. And there are so many people, you can see it everywhere. There's planes flying in the sky that are saying vote early. There were other groups that we stumbled upon that were doing pro-voting work. Everywhere you look, people are trying to get out the vote. So I think we're going to do this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have we heard from Madison lately? Have we seen what's going on in Madison? I'm curious.
I would know. I'm sure I know when
we've had,
What's the conversation about?
we've had Madison on, so we did get some
Where's the
information on
Madison?
Madison.
It's I. Grandma, look at.
So to my
This
face,
is-
that, I'll be
Hey,
talking
Dan,
about,
you can mute everybody.
Bring me
Just
in.
hit the member in the participants window. You can say mute all and then unmute who you want to talk to.
He's, I think, a professional. Medically, so.
All right, I've muted everybody, and which means you've got to pay attention to turning your microphone back on. So Tim, thanks for that suggestion. Tim, I'm gonna, or I think, yeah, Tim is on his way down to Kenosha, where we're gonna have a news conference. And while he's driving, I've got the
Dan, I'm not going to Kenosha. I'm going to the south side of Milwaukee.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I didn't want to give anybody the wrong impression. No, we're really pleased to the south side. We're going to be met by Senator Ortiz, state senator, I believe. Ortiz is going to be speaking and representing the south side at this press conference at 2 o'clock. So be sure you tune in to us and watch your window at 2 o'clock.
Yeah, okay, sorry about that. Yeah, south side of Milwaukee. Let's hear from other people here. Lisa, can you turn on your audio and maybe your video and tell us a little bit about who you are and where you're from? This is not hearing anything.
If you don't hear from Lisa, she might have stepped away for a moment. She organized our League of Women Voters Janesville parade. So she was one of the on-the-ground coordinators down there.
Fantastic. Well, when she comes back, we can hear a little bit more from her. How about Douglas? Douglas, you're muted. Can you join us in the conversation and turn on your phone, your camera, if you will? Douglas? So this is a problem. You got you've got the problem whether their mic's on or off.
Dan, am I still? Are you still hearing me?
Oh yeah, we're hearing you.
Okay. Have you? Is Doug with the Forward Marching Band that's playing in Madison? I hope you get a little footage of the Forward Marching Band. Some of their members are coming out at the Village on Park. Used to be called the Villager Mall. That's the parking lot for the Goodman Library, which is an early voting site in Madison, and also the Urban League of Greater Madison. I want to just shout out to the Urban League of Greater Madison. They have been doing a wonderful job of turning out the vote and supporting pro-voting in the African American and other communities of color in Madison area. Also want to shout out to some of our, while I still have the mic here, some of our partners, Souls to the Polls, the NAACP, State Conference of Branches, Souls, Vets for Peace Madison. We got the Racine Interfaith Coalition, the Racine Coalition for Peace and Justice, numerous League of Women Voters groups around the state, UU's, the Wisconsin State UU Action Network.
All right, Tim.
I'll let others talk.
Yeah, I think I'm trying to reach Doug because he looks like he's got his band there, and we'd like to be able to catch that, but he's got his mic off. I'm not able to reach him.
just add that we are the Rock County Progressives.
Please.
And we're also one of the partners, and there's lots of great groups in Beloit. There's so many local, actions going on. We had a great day today, and we also, I'm going to step out for a bit and join back for the 2:00 press conference.
All right, please do. Join back and I'll watch my waiting room.
All right, thanks so much.
Thank you so much. Very good. 2:00 is when the news conference is on.
Hey, Dan.
Yes.
Can you see the sign that I'm showing you out downtown Milwaukee?
Hold on a minute. I'm going to spotlight you. All right.
Yep, I got it.
Oh, vote. Yes.
Well, it's a changing sign. Imagine when we all vote. There's just one after another beautiful signage. It's all in color. Now I'm going to have to go now, but there's also a plane flying overhead that says early vote being trailed behind it. Many people in Milwaukee have seen that. So there's lots of excitement about voting happening. As we move through our days, we can see that happening everywhere.
Very good, Tim. Thanks. And you don't hesitate to chime in when you got a great shot like that. Earnestine is with us now. Earnestine.
Oh, wonderful.
Earnestine, say a few words if you can.
We are from Greene County. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Is this Galaxy?
Part?
No, that's
Greene County.
Greene County.
Yes, we're from Greene County.
Can you turn your camera on, Greene County?
I can't get my camera on, but we hear you.
Okay, great. Well, say a few words about what's happening in Greene County.
No. Well, we've been traveling, since 10 o'clock this morning. We started out in Monroe and we went to Broadhead, to Albany, and now we are in Monticello. So we're getting a lot of thumbs up and, positive comments from people and so forth. Right now in Monticello, we're parked basically on the highway. As you go through Monticello, there's a Montesian lake here. And so we have our cars all decorated and our posters out. And, people drive by and they can see us.
Have you had the opportunity to drive by early voting locations and seen how the turnout looks from your point of view?
Excuse me, I didn't catch that.
Early voting.
Yeah, have you in driving around, have you passed any of the early voting places and seen if there's lines of people voting today?
Actually, we haven't been directly by the actual clerk's facility where the early voting would be going on. We just know that there's a lot of early voting that is taking place. There's been for Monroe, there's been over 2,500 early voters.
Mm-hmm.
And there's been many, I don't know exactly how many absentee ballots have been returned, but it's a big amount. So we're happy for that.
Yeah, I think we're all seeing and hearing about a tremendous voter turnout. So who is XT 1254? And can you unmute?
How can I unmute?
I love your hat and your mask. It's dying to hear from you.
I unmuted.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. So
Yep.
Tell us who you are and where. Keep your tell us who you are and where are you?
My name is Janelle, and like I said, we're in Monticello, Wisconsin right now. We've been traveling since 10 o'clock this morning, and I'm going to take you over That goes right through Monticello. And so we're getting a lot of people watching us. So I have on here that I vote for my grandkids and my car, and vote to build unity and decorated here. There's only 3 of us, myself, and there's Kathy Kwasniewski and Pat Scogan. Kathy's from Broadhead, and Pat is from Monroe as well.
Right.
So we're going to be on our next stop on New Glarus, Wisconsin, and we'll be stopping by the community park there to hopefully see people and talk to them.
Well, very good. You turned off your camera, and that improved the audio a little bit. So thanks for doing that. You were breaking up quite a bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dan. Hello,
Yes.
Dan. I want to chime in and just
Please do.
say that I'm going to be signing off for a little bit, but I want you to watch for me at about 2 o'clock, because we'll have Senator Ortiz. Hopefully Senator Lena Taylor will be back. It's a very symbolic and powerful moment when the north side and this north side caravan is coming to the south side. So at 2 o'clock, we'd like to get the top of the hour for the press conference, and then you can moderate that with other groups after we get the first 10 minutes or so, okay?
Oh, definitely. And yeah, I'll watch for you. So as soon as you get there, get back into the waiting room, and I'll bring you on board.
Thank you, Dan.
Thank
goodbye
you.
to all of the unity builders around Wisconsin that are part of this. I want to say goodbye and thank you for joining this historic event. The Pack the Pole Parade is only the beginning of our statewide unity to build a movement for peace, justice, sustainability, and democracy. See y'all later.
See you, Tim. So they're on their way. Janice, you're back.
I'm just loving the program. I even like the ad hocness of it. I know the limits. I don't know personally the limits of technology. I can imagine some, but I'm so appreciating your tenor, your tone. You're carrying us through like this. You're a good captain.
Well, I'm glad I turned around. Your voice.
But the thing is, this whole thing, I've been able to meet some amazing people in Green Bay that I didn't know anything about. This was back in July when we started, but we worked more with the building unity approach. And I've been able to make some friendships with a beautiful woman named Beverly Scow. And she is an administrator with Wise Women Gathering Place in Green Bay. And she's working for sustenance and help for the United People. And it's just been a pleasure to get to be with her and meet with her. Anyway, it's been kind of for me like bigger family, bigger. So that's always good.
I think you're capturing exactly the vision that Tim and others in Building Unity really hold in their heart. And that's really, when we think about our current environment and how divided we are, there is a lot of work for all of us who want to build unity across this divide, and really being able to welcome everyone into our circle and transform ourselves along with the circle. Because if we're going to get through this, we're going to have to be a different gathering.
I agree with you in every way. Ours is not to tell, ours is to reach out and ask and make no assumptions. And I know I'm in my 70s. I've made some wrong assumptions. I'm sure everyone has. And I'm not saying I know where it's at. I just want to be on the team. I want to be on the team, so.
Yeah, I think that what you're saying resonates with me, and that a big part of our journey forward after the election is honing our listening skills and our empathy skills, because they've gone on the wayside on this crazy journey that we've been on.
I agree with you.
I'd
Yes.
like to hear others in terms of what you're thinking about as we talk about this. Pat, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Can you turn your camera on so we can see? Hello, Galaxy J7. Can you
That's
hear
Kathy.
me?
Kathy from Monticello with Jeanette and Pat.
Beautiful. Tell us a little bit what you're doing. It looks like you're sitting in your car, and tell us what's happening out there. We're dying to hear from you.
Okay, this is the park in Monticello, and we're sitting on the side of the road with our decorated cars, and I think Jeanette had already shown you that, but it's the three of us, and we came from Monroe to Broadhead to Albany to Monticello, and then we're going to go to New Glarus. And we've got our cars all decorated. We're on a busy road.
We like seeing the cars.
Looks like the Milwaukee people are coming into the Burnham Park, just as an update for everyone.
Okay. Thank you. Keep going, Galaxy.
Okay, and we haven't seen any polling, but I think Jeanette, who was on the call earlier, had told you about the poll numbers in Greene County, or the voting numbers in Greene County, which is good. And it's a nice day here. It's a little chilly, but these are the cars that were decorated. So we're going to stay here for a little while.
Yes, stay tuned, because a news conference is going to be starting up in a few minutes, and I think you'll enjoy that.
Is that live?
Yeah, it'll be live on Zoom right here. So just stay with us, and
Okay.
I'll give them the full screen. It's called spotlighting, as soon as Tim comes on board again. But I just want to say how much I'm enjoying the simple thing of just seeing the cars and the decoration. I can visualize the parade so much more richly by knowing what your cars look like, and and your signage. I vote.
Now,
I vote for my grandkids. Wonderful. What?
Nice. Got a good amount of cars.
Yeah.
How was the last stop?
It was good.
And is this going to be like, is this live on Facebook also?
This is live on, yes, it's live on Facebook.
I wasn't able to connect through video.
To the extent that might be my not admitting people, I've been watching very carefully. So the wait time, I just,
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's a problem with connection and not so much with you letting people in the waiting room.
Well,
Because
I'm
I didn't
sure
have an issue once I connected with my phone.
yeah, I'm sure it's a little bit of both. I'm capable of, no, okay, here comes, so I'm watching this now much more. It's Ron coming on.
Well, I can go ahead and try and connect through video again, but Tim's here now, so he'll probably be able to do that.
Okay. So, okay, I guess it sounds like Tim will be joining us shortly. I'm watching for him to come knocking on the weight room. And this is really great. We're getting more and more people. And the news conference is supposed to start at 2 o'clock. It's 1:59 right now. Suzie, got you. Hi. And so this is really, really kind of exciting. And it's energizing for me and a bit of a challenge, but it's energizing to see people beginning to join and with anticipation of the news conference. And I'm watching for Tim, and there's nobody in the waiting room at the moment. I'm checking my messages. Yeah, I haven't gotten any messages, frantic, screaming, let me in. All right, Suzie, unmute yourself and say a few words to us. Well,
I'm unmuted.
okay, great. Where are you from again? And
I'm from Middleton, just outside of Madison.
right, right.
Yeah.
Were you part of any of the parade, or just
No,
tuning in
I
right
didn't
now?
go today.
Pardon?
No, I didn't go because
Yeah.
I'm coming down with a cold or whatever, and
Oh, yeah.
I didn't want to take a chance.
Yeah, all these symptoms are a little scary these days.
Yeah.
Right. How about Ron? Ron, you just tuned in, and I'm going to mute Suzie. And Ron, where are you from? And say a few words about.
Sure, from La Crosse. And actually, Tim and a bunch of us did a kind of votercade 2 weeks ago while Tim was driving through La Crosse. And here I am with the UU group is who I represent, I guess. And the Driftless Voter Coalition has been very active here in La Crosse, and so has the League of Women Voters. So the Get Out to Vote campaign is rolling along.
Fantastic, fantastic. And Smiley, we got you now.
Hi, Dan. How are you today?
Okay, tell us a little bit what's going on. You're one of the core leaders here, and everybody's doing their thumbs up for you. So.
Oh, well, I was over there at Warner Park. I'm here in Middleton near Madison, and we had a full parking lot around 9 o'clock this morning at Warner Park, making signs and decorating our windows. People I had never met, but knew names of, which was great. A lot of new people I met. I did not do the other activity driving around the Capitol. We just drove through the north side there. So I don't have much more to report, but it felt good to be together. Wow.
Yeah, and it actually feels good to be together on this Zoom thing.
Yes. Yes.
I see that everybody's nodding and in great anticipation. I've got no one in the waiting room. Susan, you're back with us. You're on mute. Isn't that the phrase unmute yourself has become common?
Yeah.
And for being liberal and progressives that we might be, it's hard to mute ourselves. Susan.
I invited at least one the president of NAACP. She's also in the league, Dorothy Harrell. So if you see her, let her in.
All right. I'm looking, but there's nobody in the waiting room at the moment.
I'm going to text her and see why
I'm going to keep telling you folks that there's nobody in the waiting room. Make me honest here now. Now I'm getting worried about Tim. All right, admit all. Here comes Tim. He just came up. I'm going to give Tim the spotlight because I think our program is going to start. So, Tim, you got the spotlight. How you doing?
Hey, dear. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for tuning in for our virtual press conference. We're going to get started here shortly. Our parade, I'm going to show you what's going on here. People are decorating their cars with vote signs. We got new signs from the south side now joining our parade. There are more people coming. And I think what's that? We're on the south side on Burnham Street in Milwaukee. Soon we'll be heading over to the Mitchell Park Domes, but we wanted to be part of the 2 p.m. virtual press conference. So I know that District Representative Ortiz was going to meet us here, and possibly Senator Lena Taylor, although she was at the last stop and she's doing a lot today, as you heard at our last stop. So I don't know if she wasn't sure if she could make it here. But this is a place where we're gathering a few more people and some signs, and getting signs on cars. And yeah, we'll be starting shortly. Dan, did you ever get some footage from Milwaukee? I'm sorry, from Madison?
No.
Okay.
Haven't got it.
Well, I got a report from the staff member over at the Urban League of Greater Madison, where they are staging the Madison uniting of the parades. The North Parade, the Northeast Parade, and the Southwest Parade came together, and he said energy was great there. The band was great. The Forward Marching Band came and joined them. So hopefully they'll get a chance to chime in with somebody with the technology there.
Yeah, that's really heartbreaking that we didn't get it. And I'm, you know, it'd be really crushing for me if they were trying and I didn't admit them. But right now I'm being religious about watching the.
I was going to say, we see a band playing, but we can't hear them. So I don't know if that's the same place.
Yeah, that's the same place. That would be the Forward Marching Band.
Oh,
well,
okay.
yeah. Well, he's we've had him on our screen, but he's muted, and I can't get him to unmute him himself.
I suppose, yeah. That it's too bad you didn't set it up so you could do that control. I think that's something we'll learn from this. You know, in the future, we'll make it so that the host can mute and unmute people. I'm not sure though if you can do that. Maybe you can only ask people to unmute.
And that's training starting tomorrow.
Yeah, yeah.
But
all right.
But I'm telling you, from my point of view, this has been fabulous.
Wonderful.
It has met and exceeded all my expectations. It achieved some of my fears and the like. But I think we're doing fantastic here, and the sense of community. And the fact that we can actually build a sense of community among ourselves around the state on this Zoom platform, I'm just amazed by it. We human beings can extend our love across many medium, and we're going to conquer this internet stuff.
Thank you, Dan.
Thanks
for being willing to push your envelope. Dan, I know you're over 60. And you don't act
over
like
60?
Yeah, I know
wish.
You are. And you don't even act like you're afraid of technology. You just dive in with both hands, and I'm really proud that you're on the team. Hey, I see my buddy, my sister from the Green Bay is on the line. Janice, good to see you. Holly, who else is there anyone else, or is it just the four of us?
No, well, I'm going to take the spotlight off so we can see more of the crowd.
Oh,
there.
Marieta is on the phone. Oh, there's Doug's band playing. That's wonderful. Oh yeah, I didn't swipe and see more. Suzie is here. Awesome. Well,
Yeah,
what time do we?
Go ahead.
What time is it now?
Oh, it's 2:09.
2:09. So we probably should get our press conference going here. I'll check in with our MC here. I'll mute myself for a minute.
All right, but all right. Well, everybody, hi. We've got new people joining in, and Janelle.
Hi, yeah, I'm Janelle. I thought I would check in. We had a little march earlier in River Falls, Wisconsin.
Oh, great. How did it go? Tell us. Just share with us.
Yeah, it went well, and I actually have a little video that I could share. If you give me permission, I think, to share my screen, I can share the video.
Morning, Sarah. Good morning. Perfect morning to be out doing this. Woohoo! Right before the election. Thank you, postal workers, poll workers. Subway system. Are you kidding me? Yeah, that was really a problem with not having enough testing ability of the people, you know, who knows that?
Yay, I'm making a little video.
Are you gonna send it to Tim?
Yeah.
Good.
Anne, what are you out here for? What's your message?
Vote.
Woohoo! Good. We're here in River Falls. Encouraging people to vote, thanking our poll workers.
Democracy depends on all of us.
Woo! Grace, you have a message for Wisconsin about why you're here?
I am here because I believe in democracy, and I believe that we should be supporting the vote and making sure every person who votes gets counted.
Woohoo! Thank you, everyone. I can just give you a little update if you want. And there were about 25 of us marching with signs, thanking poll workers, municipal clerks, postal workers, encouraging people to vote for what was important for them. So we had a lot of vote for the planet, vote for love signs, and a lot of people honking in appreciation and support, and some people yelling out the windows, support Trump as well.
Yes, of course.
we got a lot of reactions out of people. So, and we made little postcards with stamps to send to people that are working for the election, and people seem really grateful to get those. And hopefully those will be coming in the mail to poll workers and municipal clerks, letting them know that we really appreciate how the intense way they're participating in our democracy this year.
Fantastic. Your verbal description just allowed us to construct our own mental images, which was really kind of powerful. We discussed earlier the idea that shortly after today's event, we'll figure out how people can send pictures from their different locations, as well as short videos. And we'll work out a way to do that, because I think we could really put together a nice little mini documentary of our work across the state in one day. That's just fantastic. Who else have we got here that haven't we heard from, or anybody else has something you want to just blurt out? Oh, the silence is deafening.
I'll just say I've been on and off a couple times, and it's great to see 18 participants. That is really exciting from all across the state. It really does bring us together. And so I'm really grateful. Thank you all.
Yes, thank you. Very good.
And this is Kathy. We're on our way to New Glarus. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. Do you have a tally of how many people are on this meeting?
How many people are on the meeting? If I have a tally, I don't know where to find it.
Okay.
I saw 17 and then I saw 18. So it comes and goes, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, Dan.
Yeah.
Dan and friends, we're going to start a little press conference, a little people's press conference here, and invite some speakers to the mic. So if you could spotlight us for a little while, we'd appreciate it.
You are now spotlighted. The rest of us will keep our microphones silenced. Go for it, Tim.
Hello, Milwaukee Southsiders. We are building unity in Milwaukee. This caravan started on the north side. People from the east side joined us. The west side joined us. Yes, we started out on Capitol at Midtown Mall. We moved down to where'd we go? We went to Washington Park, gathered some more momentum and excitement there. We heard from Senator LaTonya Johnson there. Then we had a rousing, I shouldn't go back. We had a big, exciting send-off with Souls to the Polls leader Greg Lewis getting us fired up. And we had speakers from Election Commissioner Stephanie Finley. We had people from Vote to Live, and Senator Lena Turner joined us. They were giving out food, all kinds of exciting things happened. And then in Washington Park, we got to hear from Senator LaTonya Johnson, from Pastor Charles Watkins with Souls and with Souls to the Polls. There's so many people coming together, so many groups coming together and building unity. We got peace activists, social justice activists, earth activists, neighborhood activists. It's a beautiful day. Right now, I want to turn this over to the South Side leaders who helped to make this a whole city caravan. It was just going to be on North Side, but folks from the Layton Boulevard West neighbors, which is no longer named that, will hear about their new name. Their new name, which I haven't learned yet, so I had to use their old name. We'll hear from others on the South Side, and also possibly some other leaders will come into the area. Thank you, Channel 12, for being out here filming this. We appreciate you. And now let me turn it over to some organization on the South Side.
I can go.
Lydia.
Hi guys. So Layton Boulevard West Neighbors is now VIA. Just as a note, since Thursday, we have made a name change, rebranding, but our mission is the same, to still do outreach and connect with community here on the South Side, specifically the neighborhoods of Silver City, Burnham Park, and Layton Park. And so today we'll be driving from here in the Burnham Park into Silver City. So we'll be doing a tour of those and ending at Mitchell Park Domes. So I'm really excited to be here with you guys today. I love that we were able to partner with the North Side. We have a lot of history partnering with a lot of South Side organizations and neighbors, but I'm glad that we're building community and bringing in the North Side and combining all our strengths to get the vote out there. Today, we've already helped 2 different families find their polling locations, so that's great, just in the time we've been here. So I don't know who else wants to speak, but maybe, Kevin, would you like to say a few words?
Go Keven! Go Keven! Yeah, I'm just very excited to be able to be here with all of you. It was great to be at St. Rose and seeing all the people there and people being in there and voting early. As someone said earlier today, keywords today are vote and vote early. And that's what we want to get people to do today. That's why we're driving around honking, making noise, because it is important. It is important that we unify, come together, and make sure that everyone in Milwaukee is voting, everyone in Wisconsin is voting. And I'm just very excited to be able to be part of this and get people to the polls.
I voted early today. It was a really good experience. It only took about 15 minutes all total. The lines were short. They were very strict about social distancing and wearing masks. And I had asked for an absentee ballot. I didn't have to have it with me. They just gave me another ballot right there. And I didn't have to be right where my polling place is. They looked it up for me. So anybody can vote early, any of these locations. And I encourage you to do so. It was very easy. And I'm really glad I did.
All right. Since this is a unifying event that brought people from the North and the South Side, I want to put the North Siders on the spot. Be thinking about now, who do you want to talk? I think we want to hear from one of the co-organizers of this event, who's been with me since the beginning, Soul's co-founder, Tynnetta Jackson. Come on over. Yes, you've done a beautiful job. Tynnetta, say a few words and then we'll let some of the people, we're doing a virtual press release. So people are tuning in from other parts of the state and sharing what they've got to say too. It's all happening and going up to Facebook Live. So you can go to Building Unity and watch all of this from all the parades around the state. Here you go, Tynnetta.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I am so excited. I'm so happy to see everyone here. We started early this morning and we're still going. And why are we doing this? Because this election matters. It matters so much. If we want change, someone said at the last place, we are the change makers and we have to get out here and make change. We have to get out here to let our voice be heard. Some people think that your vote doesn't count. If your vote did not count, they would not try to suppress your vote. If your vote did not count, people are going to extremes in every state to make sure that it's hard for people to get out to vote. So your vote matters. And it matters that we go ahead go ahead, I'm sorry, and vote now. Let's vote now to get it done, then we don't have to worry about standing in long lines. It is so important for people of color to get out here and show that we care about our future. We care about what's happening in our community. Yeah. So this is so important. So the organization I'm with have partnered with all in Building Unity and all the other organizations, Souls to the Polls, all the organizations to come together to show our unity and show that we as a collective group care about what goes on in Milwaukee. We care about what happens in Milwaukee. Yeah. So we wanted to come together, let people know we're not divided. We're not gonna let people divide us. And we all out here fighting. We're not telling you who to vote for. We're not partisan, but we're telling you to vote.
Don't leave here without a window cling. Put it in your house. Take two. Put one in your car.
Okay, Tim's back.
We are not a new group. We don't need new groups. There are plenty of peace groups, justice groups, environmental groups, human rights groups, human service groups. There are millions of groups doing good work. What we need is to come together and work together on a project together and getting this election to go in the right direction for peace, for justice, for sustainability and democracy, real democracy. That's what we're all about. That's what you're all about. And I want to thank you all for joining this parade, and let's take it over to Mitchell Domes while we drive through much of the South Side. Are there any last words, anyone? Okay, Dan out there on Facebook land, I lost power. I hope you're turning it on to other people. Thank you, Keven, for picking up the feed. I've been doing a lot of Zooming today, so my phone died. But we're going to take this show on the road. So that last call for any window markers or signs, and then we're going to hit the road and get a window cling. Put it in your window. They don't leave any adhesive.
All right, everybody, are we back in the gallery view?
Yes.
Okay, we all stay together. I guess they're heading out to the domes. That we'll pick them up there if they want to, but I think this gives us an opportunity to share some of our thoughts and reflections. And you were saying something, and others, please chime in as we move forward here, because I really would look forward to being able to hear what you're thinking and feeling about. But Ann, you were saying something, and then we can take it from there.
I was just complimenting Tim on the work he's put in, but we all know that. And I thought of something else that, as long as we're all here, I'd be interested to hear from other people. What are your various communities planning for after the election to carry forward regardless of the outcome? Do you have community organizations that are going to continue the work toward unity on all these issues? Do you anticipate, well, what kind of attitude and reactions do you anticipate November 4th and onward?
Well, I'm from the League in Beloit, and we are going to continue just as we always have been, working for making sure everybody gets to vote and against voter suppression, just as we have been working. Is that Dorothy Harrell? She's from Beloit too, if it's the right Dorothy. Anyway, she was trying to get on. I was going to let her talk from NAACP. But I know they're going to continue doing what they've been doing all along. As well, the next thing we have a civics test. I mean, a civics case. What am I going to say? A case study that 3 teachers are showing us how they're doing case studies in civics, so that try to get the students to see their, not just black and white, but what's going on behind all these court cases, they weren't court cases, the legislation, especially the Congress.
Okay, Susan, I was muted and I couldn't get unmuted.
Oh, good.
Oh,
now Dorothy's here. Dorothy, talk.
Hi. About our effort today.
We can't see you though. We can't see you.
And I don't know why, because you couldn't hear me either.
Yeah.
But our effort today was a combination. I'm a member of the League of Women Voters and president of the NAACP in Rock County here in Wisconsin. So we've had a couple of efforts together. And earlier this month, the youth did a huge GOTV effort, the Youth NAACP, where they put out yard signs and gave out door hangers to encourage people to vote early. So they were enthusiastic about joining the parade today and did really enjoy it. I thought we had a really good turnout. And I think both of our organizations have done a wonderful job of working together on mutual concerns, especially as it relates to voting.
And we're going to continue. She was asking about what we're going to do in the future. So we're going to continue.
This is
Thank you,
beautiful,
Dorothy.
beautiful.
I was interested, Janelle, you said you're from River Falls. It sounds like you have a really strong organization in place already.
Well, we're trying, but I'd love to share. So this is the first of 4 events for us. So we've marched today, and we're going to continue for 3 more weeks. Next week, same message: get out the vote. Thank everyone that's making this happen. And then after the election, I'd be curious to know if anyone else feels like they might like to do this in their community. But for the 2 Saturdays after the election, the 7th and we'll also continue the same marches, thank youing everyone who's working really hard to count everyone's vote, and encouraging people to be patient. We've made signs like stay calm and let the counting happen. So if anybody feels like having that message, I think I've read from there was a study that was done that said that over half of the people in Wisconsin are still expecting to have results within 1 or 2 days of the election, but that 39% of those people who are expecting fast results could change their mind with the right messaging. So they encourage messaging around, because of COVID, a lot of people are voting through absentee ballots, and those can't be counted until the day. So we need patience and let all of those be counted. So if it works for your organizations to help spread that word, I think it could help keep things a little bit calmer and help set expectations for people after the election as well.
No, that's
So
an
that was, you
exciting
said,
idea.
stay calm and start, and what was it? Stay calm and
stay calm and let them count.
Anyone else, please, just chime in.
I could chime in. I'm glad to connect. I'm in Janesville, and Rock County Progressives, active with that group, and it's nice to see some Beloit people, because it's funny, we're not far at all away from each other, but we sometimes need some building unity between our communities too. So I'm grateful for that, as well as across the state. And I wanted to just say, one of the things that we have, I'm also in the Allies of Native Nations, which is part of a diversity action team. And we had a great event for Indigenous Peoples Day. And we also have big plans for Native American Heritage Month coming up. So we're going to continue to be doing that work. I teach at UW-Whitewater in sociology and race and ethnic studies. So we'll keep spreading the word to students and helping them. Now we're trying to, with a nonpartisan lens, help them get out to vote. And then afterwards, we really continue. My main thing with teaching is, for a long time, but I think especially this year, is hope, right? And the sense that we can affect our future. So bringing that sort of youth energy to some of us older folks, it keeps us all young. So great to hear ideas from other folks. Thank you.
Someone else chime in.
I wonder if Marieta has anything to say. Is she?
Kenosha parade has started. We have about 7 cars. We are currently going through the Uptown area, which is where our riot damage was. And
Porsches hopping in and out of the car, handing out information.
It'd be really great if you had video with you. We'd love to see that.
If I had what?
Video.
This is Jill. Well,
We love your voice, but seeing a little bit of the action would be fabulous.
We can hear a lot of cars honking.
Yeah,
though.
we do. There's a lot of.
well, actually, I have lost the parade. I'm supposed to be the lead, but they took off the direction they wanted to go, and I don't even know where they are. I think they're right next to me, but not everybody decorated their cars.
Isn't
I'll
that the
get out for a
challenge?
while.
Isn't that the challenge of leadership? Your followers take off. Now, is that you, Marieta? The honking?
Yep, that's us.
What's interesting, Milwaukee has a dash cam, and it.
Okay, can you see what I'm showing you?
No, we don't see any video.
Well, make sure your camera's on.
Oh, there, we see you now.
Supposedly it's on. It's on now?
There you are.
Yeah, we see you now.
Okay, there's one of our leads.
How are you?
This is one of our commercial aldermen, Anthony Kennedy.
Fantastic.
Okay. Why don't you let him lead? You know where you want to go. So Portia's going to take over leading. I don't think that my route suited her, so. So this is my car. And uptown here is all boarded up. So from the riots.
Very nice, very nice. Thank you very much. Anyone else want to? I'm assuming I'm back in gallery view, correct?
I would just add in that in Green Bay area, I'm with the local Unitarian Universalist Unitarian Fellowship, and we are taking part in the WUSON. It's Wisconsin UU's United for Social Action. And that's been kind of a really inspiring group to be with. And Tim is part of that as well. But Tim is part of a lot of stuff, which is why he's building unity, for heaven's sakes. So I'm hoping that the WUSON network we're trying to choose focus items, that we're kind of waiting until the election to kind of certify which action items we're going to focus on. We want to do everything at once, though. It's frustrating. There's much that needs to be done. So that's the Green Bay area Unitarian Universalist thought. And then we've got Joshua here too, which does much for social justice. Joshua, which is part of Wisdom. So that's from the Green Bay area. Thank you guys so much. I'm going to probably have to say goodbye for now. It's just been an inspiring time. I knew it would be, and it has been. Thank you for helping me so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye,
God,
bye
go
for
pause.
Bye for now.
Bye-bye. Now, we've got a video going from Milwaukee. Who is Milwaukee? And can you unmute yourself and give us a little background of what you're doing?
Hey everybody, so we are here driving through some residential areas of Milwaukee. I'm Milwaukee South Side currently,
As you all know, we started on the north side of the city and drove through, and now we're coming south and we're driving through some neighborhoods here. So we just had some great speakers at Burnham Park, and now we're driving through to the Dome, which is also on the south side.
We've got your video spotlighted, so we're watching it very, very nicely, and it's live streaming on our Facebook page. So you're doing really great.
Great.
Now, are you holding the camera and driving at the same time?
Would that be bad if I admitted that?
Oh, yeah. No, I'm doing, right. So now you're at the Domes. Now
No,
you can,
we're not at the Domes. It looks like we might have been separated, as has been a theme of the day, I guess, for other people as well. So we're gonna, let me troubleshoot here and make sure we connect with everyone else.
all right.
We'll be back online shortly.
All right, we'll watch for you, but drive carefully. Marieta, we've got video from you. Can you unmute yourself and say a few words? Or you're alone again, and that this is scary.
Yeah. Dan, I'm wondering too, who is Pat Scogan and where is Pat from?
Where is, I'm not seeing her name even come up.
It's
Pat? Yeah, Pat. She unmuted.
Hello.
Yeah, fantastic.
Hello, this is Pat Scogan. And I don't know if my camera is working, probably not. I think my video is turned off too. Anyway, I'm in New Glarus, Wisconsin right now. We started out in Monroe this morning at 10 o'clock, went to Broadhead for 45 minutes, then up to Albany, and then over to Monticello, and now we're in New Glarus. So we'll be here for about another half hour. We're about to break out a cake that one of us made and have some lunch. There's only 3 cars in our parade, but we are well decorated, and we're passing out lists of all the municipalities' clerks, their phone numbers and how to get a hold of them to find out when they will be doing open voting, early voting. And we've also got the League of Women voter cards on how to register and get your ballot online. So that's what we're doing. We're a small but mighty group.
Yeah, that's impressive. That's a long way.
That is. Thanks for
Well, we're in very rural areas, you know, and so it's 15, 20 minutes between little towns, and then we're here, and there's not a lot of people out today because it's a Saturday, but
and it's cold.
It's beautiful.
Oh, it is beautiful.
And sunny here. It's beautiful and sunny here. We definitely lucked out over yesterday. I'll see if I can take a picture and send it.
Okay, that'd be great.
Okay.
Ann, were you about to say?
Well, I had another question. I think it was Janelle who mentioned she had a few responses from Trump voters. What other kinds of receptions have people had? Honking, thumbs up, one way or the other?
Had a lot of honking and thumbs up. Well, not a lot, I mean, compared to Milwaukee, but we've had some of that. We did have one gentleman in Albany who pulled up and said, "Who are you voting for?" And I said, "Today we're just talking about getting out to vote." And he said, "Well, I'll do that." I don't know how he's gonna vote, but he at least was enthusiastic. So that's good, I guess.
But nobody's had a negative reaction. There's been nothing negative, really. That's good.
We have had no negative reactions. And I mean, we've been passed by a whole group of bikers who were hanging out in Monticello and took off while we were sitting there. And a couple of them waved, gave us thumbs up. We've had a lot of farm trucks go by. A lot of people saying, "Good job, keep it up." So yeah, it's been a positive thing. I'm glad we did it.
One reason I ask is that I live here in Middleton, Wisconsin on a corner lot. I've gone through 4 yard signs, which have each been vandalized in the same way. And a neighbor 3 blocks away on Highway 14, University Avenue, had her sign vandalized the same way. So I'm very sensitive to trying to figure out how we could come across at all as a negative message. I don't know.
Well, you know, we've talked about that too. I was working on Chris Marian's campaign because she's a good friend of mine. And it's quite discouraging, the negativity. I know we've all had a lot of signs taken. We keep replacing them.
Yep.
People have gone onto people's land to destroy their signs or break them, but we keep putting them up.
Yep,
and
that's what I do.
So we're just being persistent, I guess, and keep talking to people.
Yeah, I think part of your story was the power of just being persistent. That there are ways for us to be able to connect, and yeah, the divide is right there between us. But I think that's our journey after the third. How do we move forward and continue to build and expand unity? And I think we're really poised for that kind of work.
You know, it's really tough. We did have one young woman who spoke to us. She was in her late 30s, who said, you know, a lot of my peers are saying we shouldn't vote. We should just wait and let things get so bad that we have a total revolution everywhere. And I'm like, man, you really don't know what you're talking about. She said, well, we've never really gotten to that desperation point where we've had to think about what kind of government we want. And I said, well, yeah, we did. It was called the Civil War. And you really don't want to go there. You really don't. We all have to vote in this election. And because we sure aren't going to get any changes the way things are going, we need to make sure our voices count, whichever way we vote.
Yeah, I like what I'm hearing, and you know, the image in my mind was, yeah, the revolution was never resolved, and I think we're, you know, how many years after that, still trying to find a way to heal our nation, and we might actually be making a giant step forward in that direction. Might not feel that way, but I'm just amazed by the response of Black Lives Matters, the call for peace and justice, our theme of peace, justice, sustainability, democracy. Those are strong voices, and real opportunity for us to build community among those voices, and then on the edges, bring more people into the circle. And I think a good part of that journey is ourselves learning how to listen, and with sincerity and empathy. That's my thoughts on that, where we are.
I agree with you what you said about Black Lives Matter and our marches for peace and justice and against poverty. I also would just like to remind everyone about the Women's March that took place right after Inauguration Day in 2017. And we need to take everybody who thought it was fun to have a knit pink hat on their head and remind them that this is the time when it really counts to put your pen to the paper. And vote.
And vote. Put your pen to the ballot.
That's exactly what I meant. We live out in the country. We still do paper ballots out here.
Yeah.
I'm glad we do. At least we have a backup. I haven't heard, I know what Holly said about Janesville. What did Lisa have to say? I see she's on there. It looked like a very complex route, Lisa.
I don't know if we've ever heard from Lisa. I don't know. And there's no indication of a speaker. And
well, I know she's from the league. Where is Holly still here, or did she leave? Are we going to go around each place again, or are we just pretty much, I mean, I've got to go plant some bulbs before it gets any colder.
Well, I think we're going, Tim is headed towards the Domes, Horticulture Center in Milwaukee. And it looks like he's pulled up. Do you see the image there in the Voltmobile?
Yeah.
And I've been enjoying the images from the cars in the caravan. A little scared about the fact that the driver's trying to do both things, but well, they're off again.
So anyway, we're gonna do that, and then
I think that well,
I'll pretty much wrap it up.
Well,
It's been nice to be on with everybody, but I'm gonna have to go. So
it was very nice.
Thank you, and goodbye from Beloit. Looks like Dorothy already hung up, so.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much
for including us. Okay,
Yeah.
we'll send you some pictures once we figure out technologically how to do it.
Yeah, my first thought right now is if you got, think of your 10 best.
Okay, 10
if,
best.
If we've got 10 people, that's 100 pictures.
Sure,
So
yeah.
Your 10 best.
Okay.
Short video would also be great.
Okay.
All right,
Great.
and then we'll figure out how to get it all together.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much. Yep. All right. Marieta, we see you again. You're muted. And Milwaukee. Janelle, you're not muted, so you got any thoughts?
Well, actually, I was just going to type a note. I need to jump off too. It's been kind of a long day, early start. I'm going to go warm up somewhere. And but it's just so beautiful to be on the call with everyone and see everything that's happening around the state. It's very hope and life giving. So thank you everyone for your great work. I really appreciate it. And wonderful to know that we're all colleagues around the state working for the same outcome. It's really wonderful. So thank you everyone very much. Sending love from Western Wisconsin to all of you. Until we meet again.
Love back. Love is back.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye everyone.
Whoop, what happened? All right. So I think we've had a really great day. I'm looking over at our Building Unity Facebook page, and we've reached almost 300 people, if not more. And I think this is really great. 58 engagements, a lot of comments. So I think we're reaching an expanding audience. I'm pleased with this. Okay, Suzie, you're muted. Unmute.
I want to lead.
Oh, you want? Yeah. Well, that's okay too.
But thank you so much for narrating this and putting us all together, and it's been a great experience. I'm glad I joined in.
I'm glad you did.
And get to meet people from all over that are working to make our state a better place for everybody. So,
isn't it wonderful?
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Suzie.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
So we are approaching the domes here, just this left turn at the light, and then we'll be at the domes. Which if anyone ever comes to visit Milwaukee, is definitely somewhere you should go. It's a beautiful, beautiful place that we have here.
Yeah, and we fought hard to keep those domes. Hi, Tim. There you are. Hi, Jane. Unmute yourself.
Here you go.
Oh, this is fabulous. With the sign, Jane, you've got the camera going out the front window, the front of the car, and there's another camera behind the Voltmobile. This is really this is the ideal kind of thing here. We got two camera view here. We're watching you turn in from the windshield and from the back. I'm enjoying it.
Hey, Dan,
Yeah.
anybody else with us today?
Oh, yeah. There's several people on us. We're all muted. But as I was just saying, we've got a camera in the car behind you with video going, and your video out the front. It's really a dramatic kind of experience to watch this.
So someone at Mitchell Park was also
yeah, they've been behind you, and I'm going to try to
oh yeah, I see that there. Yeah,
add the spotlight. Now I got both cameras spotlighted. It's really kind of fun to watch.
Yeah.
And all of this is being recorded, so we've got a record, and people are still hanging in, but everyone is expressing really just great deep gratitude for the work that we are all doing together in the name of building unity, and how joyful we are in being able to experience this day-long event together. So I wanted to hear that.
Now we got to ask everybody to share that Facebook live video and some of the other videos. Did we get to see the video from the what do we call it? The driftless voter? Have you shown that lately?
No, that I didn't get to that, and it's I got to go find it in my email, and just don't really have the time for that.
Because I know I saw Ron was on the call. Ron Melzer from La Crosse, who sent me that.
Uh-huh.
I think I saw him on the call. Who else is out there right now?
Well, we've got Marieta, we've got Matthew, we've got Lisa. So we had 13 or more people just a couple of minutes ago, but they spent a good part of the day with us, so they're tiring out.
All right. Well,
but what
is our last?
We've reached 299 people. We had 62 engagements on our Facebook page, Building Unity. Those numbers will increase over the next couple of days. And I think we did well here. We're doing well. Tim, you're spotlighted.
Yeah.
You're spotlighted.
So we're gonna put it get set up here, and here at Mitchell Park, it's our last stop. We'll come back in a little bit to finish things up for the Milwaukee tour and parades, and we'll be with you in just a little bit.
All right, we're with you.
Thank you.
With that, I just want to say to our Facebook viewers, this is Dan Folkman. I'm live streaming on Facebook, Building Unity. And this has been a day of excitement and a day of joy. Our Building Unity community throughout the state has been doing car caravans, car parades, promoting get out the vote. And we've had 15 or more different locations throughout the state. Let me just, for those who've just tuned in, what you're watching here is the end of our activities for the day. We'll probably go another 30 minutes. But where have we been? Let me just say, we've had parades and gatherings in Madison, in Milwaukee. We've had gatherings in River Falls, Green Bay, Stoughton, Oregon, Pittsburgh. We've had gatherings in the Green Bay area in the Menominee community reservation. We've had Racine, Kenosha, Milwaukee counties. It's been really fabulous. And I just want to say I'm humbled by the turnout we've had. When I look at our Facebook page on Building Unity, our viewership has been, I think, quite impressive. We've reached 300 people, and we're encouraging those 300 to comment and share. I think we've done a really nice job here, and I am just humbled by all the hard work and the enthusiasm of everyone who's really put this program together. Keven is coming on. Oh, there you
Hey,
are.
Dan.
Very good.
Dan, we're here at Mitchell Park Domes, a small group of us who've stuck till the end.
You're spotlighted, sir.
All right. And what I want to do is just we formed a little circle. Some people would like to just say a few words, maybe a sentence or two about our building unity, about what we've tried to do today. And we've got 10 days yet, people. This is the exciting thing to know. Like, this is not over. In terms of voter turnout, we're in the fourth quarter, but we got time on the clock. Okay, there's 10 full days till the polls close. And, you know, we all know this and it's redundant, but really, this is a critical point in the history of humanity. This isn't just another election. We've got to stop what's going on, or the planet is going to go further down the tubes, maybe to the point of no return. And so we got to find our unity. We got to stand up for the rights of all people, for justice for all people, and protect our planet that sustains us. We got to end war, because the only way we can pay for the vast amounts of resources that got to be poured into our communities, literally poured into our communities, we can only do that if we stop pouring money into killing people and destabilizing nations around the globe. And so we're here with peace activists, we're here with social justice activists, community activists on the ground, Christians and people of all faiths and no faiths, people who believe in science, people who believe in goodness. So I want to just take it around the circle. I said speak briefly, and I violated that request, right? Just like that. But I wanted to say, give everybody a chance to say something. And I'm going to turn this camera around. Here we go.
Tell them to speak up loudly.
Jackson with souls. I want to say that what I see here is strength. What I see here is unity, community. And it's a village. And it says it takes a village. And we lost our village mentality. We lost our community mentality. And I have to say one thing. We talked about, we care about the black and brown, and we do. But guess what? We're all one race, and that's the human race. And that's what we have to think about. We're just one race, and that's the human race. And we have to be concerned with one another no matter what. Let's stay together. Let's keep this bond. There's a rope twice and it strays apart, and that's what they some people want. They want us to be apart, but we're stronger together, and let's stay together. Let's keep this movement going and get people out there to vote so that we can continue and build our community and our village again. Glad everyone is here.
Woohoo! Larry Reed, and I go along with all the words that she's saying, and it's an honor to be here with all you people and the way you're thinking and the things that you're doing to help us. Take care.
Thank you, brother.
Everybody, my mask says it all. It says, votos cuentan en el 414. Votes count in the 414. Get out and vote and convince your friends and family to do so. You got 10 days to get people that are on the fence to vote.
Thank you, Gabe.
But Janelle from Latin America Solidarity Committee. I just think it's important to get out and vote. Most people usually see me demonstrating, but I'm doing the voting get out too, and because I think that's important. La voz es su voz por su familia y la comunidad. Es importante.
Thank you, brother.
Hi, this is Pam Richards. Richard. I work for Peace Action Wisconsin, and glad to be here in solidarity with my Black brothers and sisters, my brown brothers and sisters, and everyone around the whole world together as one. We can make it a better world.
Yay! Woo! Hi, Lydia with VIA. I just want to say that it's important to vote not just for yourselves, but for your communities. There's so many people out there who can't vote and who need you to speak for them in these elections. Los votos cuentan. Go out and vote. Ve a votar.
Thank you, Lydia. Keven here with VIA. I just want to say that, we got to get unified now and stay unified after, November 3rd, because together, together we count more and we do more. So I just want to state that unification is where we want to be or we want to go. So thank you.
Thank you, Keven. All right, let's give ourselves a big hand. We are building unity. Woohoo! And I want to say one last shout out to the cameraman who's been sitting at his computer all day hosting Zoom meetings. Let's hear it for Dan. Yeah.
Thank you, everybody.
Dan.
Yeah, it was a great program.
Dan Folkman, I hope you got some good footage from around the state. Pack the Polls parades all over the state. We're in your living room or your office today. Thanks for doing this, Dan.
Oh, it's been an honor and it's been fantastic. And we've had some really great conversations among those who've joined us on the Zoom session. You've helped us come a long way over the last several months. We're in the home stretch. We're excited about it. And there's a lot of energy building for post-November 3. This is fantastic. And it's all around building unity.
And just so everybody knows, we are a nonpartisan organization. We're not endorsing any candidates or parties, but we are calling on people to vote for the values that make America great, that might make America great. It's not really been great. I gotta say, it's not ever been great. It was founded on land theft. And one thing we should have done early on in this, and I forgot, we should have made a land acknowledgement that we are on indigenous land that was wrongfully stolen. And then this nation was built on the backs of slavery, of oppression, and lots of forms of violence. And what we need to do is make sure that we get to a point where we acknowledge the white supremacist, racist violence that has put so many people down and ruined so many lives. And yet the people are rising. And we're not going to be done with our movement. We're not going to be done with our justice making. We're not going to be done with our peacemaking until full reparations have been paid to the brown and black-skinned indigenous people of this continent. We are one people, we are one planet, and we are building unity. And I know I got the gift of gab, but I love you all. And I want you to know that even an old white guy can see the truth once in a while. So thank you, Dan. Thank you, sisters and brothers, siblings around there. And we are going to build unity. I got window clings. I want to see these building unity window clings around. So if you don't have one, go to buildingunity.com. Ask us to send you one. We'll drop it in a mail. Come to our building unity events. We want to have building unity events all over the state. So we're linked up from Superior to Kenosha, from La Crosse to Green Bay, all over the state. Wisconsin is taking back our democracy. We are not going to let voter suppression, gerrymandering, big money politics, and all the rest of it, purging of our voter rolls. All that stuff has to stop. We need to meet human needs like healthcare, education, childcare, like basics, right? We got to stop pouring money into war and violence, militarization of our communities, militarization of the world. It's got to stop. And we are the people to do it. So don't give up, people. All right. Love you all.
All right, Tim.
Bye, Dan.
So you're signing off now, and I'll sign off after everybody goes. All right.
All right. Oh, wait. Oh, we're good. All right. Bye, Dan.
So long, everybody. Well, there you have it. Dan Folkman here, live streaming our Building Unity Get Out the Vote car parade. It's been going on all day from 9 o'clock till now. It's 3:12. And I think we're really bringing our program to a close. I've got Marieta, Lisa, and Matthew and Fox News online. And if there's anything the last few people on the Zoom session want to say or comment on, I'd love to hear it. And not hearing that, I just want to say again, goodbye, but not for long. As Tim just said a minute ago, we're still in the middle of this election. We've got a turnout that's really headed towards a massive turnout. Let's keep promoting voting and promoting our unity work. And with that, I want to say, have a great day. Thank you for tuning in, and please share this live stream. It's a long one, but share it with your friends on your different social media platforms. We're reaching a lot of people right now, so thank you very much. With that, I want to say goodbye and see you soon.